Hello and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me as always, Dan Barron, Addy Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Milan. We are here to play some Manifest for you, but before we jump into the actual play, these wonderful humans over here have things to talk to you about. So I'm going to throw all the attention over to these wonderful humans. Go! If you're a wonderful human, start talking. Oh shit. Oh,
Just
no.
kidding, I'm amazing. All right, y'all. As you may or may not know, January is National Human Trafficking Awareness Month. So for our charity for this month, we are going to bump Polaris. They were founded in 2002, serve victims and survivors through the National Human Trafficking Hotline, and are dedicated to building a data set that illuminates how human trafficking really works in real time. They're also committed to turning knowledge into targeted systems level strategies to disrupt and prevent human trafficking. And they're also, what I really like about them is they work with survivors and have them teach the people within the system of what human trafficking is and what it entails, what parts of it are intentionally or unintentionally supporting the human trafficking system. So they're a really cool group if you have the time or the money or the platform to tell people about them. Their link is below us or to your right, and yeah, we'd really appreciate that. Next wonderful person.
That's my. I guess that's me.
Yeah, it's you. You knew it was you.
Hey everybody, I'm Roman, and it's Tuesday, and it's around about 8 o'clock, which means I'm here, and you're listening to me. You're listening to all of us on the Manifest Actual Play stream. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Now, if you can't remember that it's Tuesday, you can't remember that it's 8 o'clock, you're not alone. All right, it's a pandemic. Time is meaningless. Capitalism is meaningless. What resources, means of production, these are things that are not important. What is important is these buttons that are underneath me right now as you're watching this stream. There is a heart and a bell where you can follow the stream. You can get alerts when we go live. You can have the computer tell you when we're here, because that's all that's real anymore, the computer. Anyways, there's a purple button as well where you can subscribe. You can gift subs if you're already a subscriber. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free subscription. You can give us free money, and we would love you for that, because all of that support goes right back into supporting the stream. All of the subscriptions, all the gifted subs, all the bits, it goes right back into helping us to improve, bringing in guest stars, getting better equipment, letting us do more content for you guys and put it out in more places. And we really, really appreciate the support. We love y'all absolutely so much. Please check us out on our socials. We've got Facebook, we've got Twitter. Laura Dern has an Instagram that I hear is very good. And I hear there might be other good Instagram accounts that might be worth following sometime in the future.
Will Friedel, I'm looking at you.
I would if I knew who that was.
It's like you never watched Boy Meets World. Come on, man.
Sorry, I'm a little baby.
Or HE double hockey sticks.
Oh, that sounds more familiar.
Just saying.
Oh, it's that guy.
It sounds much more familiar. I'm gonna look him up here in a second. And while I'm looking it up, I'm gonna allow my wonderful friend Addy Gia to talk to you guys just a little bit more and tell y'all a little more cool, important stuff. Addy, take it away.
Wait. Addy, are you a
Yes.
wonderful person?
No.
She can't talk.
All right, I now open the floor to all
I'm
non-wonderful.
not wonderful, but I'm taking over anyway.
Oh, what a non-wonderful thing to do.
So Waypoint Game Designs has a Patreon. And if you are passionate about Manifest or supporting Waypoint Game Designs or the stream or any other thing ancillarily related to us, you can go over to patreon.com/Waypoint Game Designs and sign up to be a patron of ours. Some of the great benefits that you get by doing so is access to our currently closed access Discord server with special channels where you can directly hang out with us. Also, you get access to our monthly blog. We get DMs there that we answer, like we answer all of our DMs that we get there, and also you get an adventure every month, and I'm really excited about this month's adventure. I'm not saying anything because I want you guys to like find out about it as it comes out, but it's very exciting. Also, anything that comes out related to Waypoint game designs in the future that isn't something pertinent to the stream, where you would hear about here first, or the Kickstarter where you would hear about it there first, goes to our Patreon first. You also get access to our podcast episodes of this stream there first. So there's a lot of first. If you like being first, you should go there and be first more. But including things like any merch that we are maybe doing in the future, that's where we're going to post all of that stuff before anybody else. You can have like the cool first edition stuff again first. So that's that. I don't think there's anything else. There was a Kickstarter update in the past week, so you can also go check that out at kickstarter.com/manifest-the-RPG.
Thanks, Kickstarter.
And I think that is it for me, unless I've forgotten something that I do every week that I haven't. Okay, cool.
No,
Then Tommy's going to lie to you right now. I'm calling him a liar because that's not a wonderful thing to do.
Listen, he's going to speak to you as a deceiver who sits upon a throne of lies. A truly wonderful and funny moment happened in his countdown, and Tommy chose to not go live with it. So no, he has already deprived you of something this stream.
All I did was scream really loud and then the heater turned on. That's it.
Yeah, and it was good and funny.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something uncharacteristic here. Well, actually, I'm going to do something very characteristic for a second. I'm going to say, hey, Chris, thank you for the resub.
Not just a resub.
Yeah.
It's a whole year.
It's a whole
and
year.
It's a tier 3 sub.
And a tier 3 sub. Holy goddamn, Chris. 3 years, not 3 years, 3 whole years. It just keeps tripling. Okay. No, I'm gonna, there's all this slander and hate when it comes to me.
It's not hate.
Telling you about the cool things you can do with your channel points. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, Dan, would you like to tell the chat what they can do with their channel points, their viewer grit, and how it relates to the stream?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to, Tommy. So you have channel points that you get from watching the stream. If you're a subscriber, you do earn channel points faster than everyone else. And I think if you're a tier 3 subscriber, you earn it faster even than that. So like, consider that if you'd like to help us out, because what you can do with our channel points is got these numbers in the corners. And I'm pointing to both because I don't know whether I'm mirrored or not. And those numbers are how much grit we have. We have, as players, a maximum of 12 grit. But if we are at 12 grit, tell us. We'll spend it so you can buy grit for us. And what we use that grit for is to make our rolls better, make things that we want to happen, make things that are going bad for us stop going bad for us. And that does cost 1,500 of your channel points. Now, if you would like a garbage grit to hand to a dumpster, you can spend 1,000 channel points. And you can throw it directly onto Tommy's pile of grit. He doesn't have a maximum because all of his grit is garbage grit, and he can never have too much of it. There is a realistic amount of grit that he can spend within a session, so like, once he gets to like 15, you're just flushing your channel points down the toilet.
Oh
and what
my
he'll do
god.
with that grit is he'll be mean. He'll look Seth directly in the face and he'll say, Porter, I now bamboozle you 5 times, so you don't get a discount on this. He'll look directly at Eloise and he'll say, I bamboozle you. This person hates illuminated people. He'll look right at Gus and he'll say, you're bamboozled. You don't do a flip with 7 hits. and he'll look right at me and say, I bamboozle you, you're shot to death in a showdown. Do you want that to happen on this stream? That sounds really bad. We'd all be dead and the stream would be over. So if you give Tommy grit, you want the stream to end.
Oh my god. All
Tommy, back to you.
all that being said, it's only 1,000 to spend grit on me, so you know.
Yeah, because we don't want to charge you that much for garbage.
All right, well, I gave you did like
made
such a
bed.
fair and balanced like beginning. I was like, oh, he's just gonna like do it legitimately with no bias, and then just dumpster man.
I would love to see the price negotiation for which Tommy feels the need to bamboozle Porter 5 times.
These kids bamboozle themselves. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, we have a couple grit already. We got one to Porter from Fiddler Undone, and we have one from Chris that says, well, I don't want my grit going to be garbage.
Exactly.
He's
They're your
giving
channel points. Don't turn them into garbage.
that one is going to Dex. So +1 grit to Porter, +1 grit to Dex. Absolutely wonderful, totally non-biased view of the grit economy. Thank you, Dan. And now
You're welcome.
we're going to move forward into our actual play, and in order to do so, we are going to transport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at sick character art, well, of which I think is totally representative of the group now. We have Dex's actual guns and belts that have been in the character art are actually on his person now. Porter got his big jacket from Eloise.
Yeah.
I guess Gus has pretty much just been just riding out looking like that the whole time. And I think Eloise is starting to gain enough confidence to perhaps be this striking figure we see in her character art.
He killed a guy with a rock once.
She didn't like that.
Correction, I it's like 9 people I've killed with rocks now. It's
true. And
weapon.
so let's go ahead and look at this character art, and then I'll tell you all about what has happened so far. All right. Oh, look at this. +1 grit to the GM. Love you, Poncho. I love you back, Kyle.
I'm watching you, Kyle.
I didn't like that.
I feel like in the interest of fairness, I do have to say that almost always when Waypoint Live says something in the chat, it's me. I don't want to say that that post that I where I cheered Kyle on is the official stance of Waypoint Live. It is the official stance of me. Just gotta, I want to, transparency. I want to make that clear. I typed it and I was like, that doesn't say me. That says Waypoint. Okay, so previously on Manifest Actual Play, our drifters have headed into the Heartwood Forest, a massive expanse. To say someone walks into the Heartwood Forest doesn't really give you a pinpoint on where they are. This thing is like the entire southern border of the garden. But they have entered the eastern parts of the Heartwood Forest along the Pilgrimage River. They hired themselves a guide, Yasmin Almazi, and they are aboard her boat, her kind of fishing boat, the Ritz, that is taking them to the Flagstone River. Why are they doing this? Well, they are going there for they're going this way for two reasons. One is a while ago they acquired the guns of a fallen gunslinger, Alistair Caldwell, a member of the Legionnaires of Astoria, a gunslinger guild whose guild hall resides along the Flagstone River. And Gus basically swore an oath to return Alistair's guns to the guild hall. Coincidentally, along their journeys, battling the corrupt militia of Fort Dearborn, being captured by Brimstone Garrison, and encountering one Ulysses Pruitt, who turned out to in fact be Owen Lemaire, an Everlight, who has history from hundreds of years ago with the Legionnaires of Astoria. They found out that Owen's while they didn't fully find out Owen's machinations, they found out that Owen's existence is a threat to one Leo Riggs. Leo Riggs, a somewhat illuminated supremacist who is leading a underground resistance against Fort Dearborn under the guise of trying to create a better tomorrow. He has taken a serum made by Owen Lemaire that seems to have grown him in strength and power, and using his iconic Warden intuition, Dex discerned that the next thing Riggs was going to do before he really started his campaign of supremacy was to find out some more about Owen Lemaire and perhaps find a way to defeat Owen Lemaire, because apparently in Leo Riggs's eyes, Owen Lemaire is a bigger threat than anything else, or at least the most pressing threat at the moment. So they're going here to return the guns and also to potentially learn more about Owen or Riggs, or capture Riggs or intercept Riggs. They're just trying to be on Leo Riggs's trail, and they know that he intends to head this way as well. So, with that being said, at the very end of the last episode, y'all encountered a Snollygoster when the boat had to stop on the river to clear some fallen trees. And then you entered the Flagstone River proper, which is, again, not a super great pinpoint location. The Flagstone River runs hundreds and hundreds of miles, almost 1,000 miles long, tributary off of the Pilgrimage River, winding and splitting off into several smaller rivers and creeks. Very hard to navigate this river. A very unmapped part of the Heartwood Forest is where you find yourselves. You get on this river. It takes a lot more of Yaz's attention than the Pilgrimage River did. She had to kind of split off of the Pilgrimage River to get onto the Flagstone River, and that kind of acquired her attention too. But basically on the Pilgrimage River, she was just kind of like drinking and singing to herself, and like would like man the helm casually, and on like straightaways would like walk away. But now that you've entered the Flagstone River, she is very, very carefully choosing her routes and controlling the vehicle in an attempt to make sure that you don't end up going the wrong way, getting turned around, or heading down a path that this boat is unable to traverse. And she is going to at some point. You all can benefit from a rest. I know you had a fight, probably took some injuries and some hit point damage. You can refresh those as you take a rest, because it is the next day. And Yaz catches you, Porter, wherever you may be, and basically corners you somewhere on the boat. It's not very hard. It's a very small boat. I mean, it's a relatively small boat. It's a small boat for 5 people to be hanging out on. And she goes, I think it's time you tell me what exactly, where exactly we're going. Because this is a tough territory.
Is there going to be an area? So I certainly understand your worry about this. Is there an area that will be untraversable at some point?
Eventually, yeah. Yeah, there's a part where the flagstone cuts through some of the more rocky terrain in the Heartwood. They cut through a canyon there, and this old hunk of junk is not gonna have a good time there. I think if we're gonna be traveling that far down the flagstone, we may need to whip up a couple canoes and get ready to go down. It can get pretty rapid there, so I'm hoping we're landing before then, or maybe after, and I can find us a different route. I'll be honest with you, I've only come on the flagstone a couple times, and never that far. I've usually used it to split to another track. And this area is not super well known.
That's fair. I guess as long as we can make it to the point before we need canoes, it shouldn't be a problem.
So you're saying we're going? You saying we're going further than that?
Oh, hopefully not.
Do you know where you're going, sir?
Absolutely. What I know about our path is mostly point markers. So what I'm looking for are certain things that have been left for me along the river. It's the kind of place that they don't just give out the location freely, if you get my meaning. So most of what I'm watching for, you've seen me watching the banks of the river. I'm watching for a marker.
All right, well, that's a lie. So go ahead and roll a manipulate test.
I'd like to bamboozle her 3 times, if that's all right.
Oh, okay.
She seems so set on knowing where we need to go. What a weirdo.
Just driving the boat.
All right.
Bamboozled 3 times, you say?
That's right.
Well, my good man, that means I have 0 successes.
All right. So I need what you. Rolling for. All right. It's very rare that I roll a roll with all successes, but that is 6 successes.
You even had an explosion? Goddamn.
No explosions, just all successes. I could spend some grit to.
That's not possible.
Something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. Your most you can roll on an initial roll is 5 dice.
Why is that? What do you mean?
It's your personality. Your personality's 10, right?
It's 11.
Your personality can't be 11.
Well, somebody should have told me that when I put my personality at 11.
Put that attribute point somewhere else, you crazy person.
We've been playing this game for almost 100 episodes, and you thought it could go to 11?
That's right.
That's playing Spinal Tap over here. That's incredible.
Then it's 5 successes.
I got so bamboozled that
Tommy, I need you to roll discipline for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what it was? No, I don't think it was. Now that I think about it, I don't think it was that. I think I marked it when I took a potion.
You did take a tonic when you went into town in
I took
Mayaponto.
I took that tonic when I was in town, and that did boost it to +1.
Got it,
but
got
it's
it, yeah,
not
possible,
allowed
right?
to.
Not your attribute. Your attribute can't go above 10, but
So then, why do I have this potion? Why did I spend?
Well, you had
that
it.
much time working on this tonic.
You had it a while ago, I think, when your personality wasn't 10 and it was useful. Now it's useful for other people.
That's excellent. That's wonderful to know.
This is maybe the most Porter thing to make a tonic that he does not need.
He spent 2 grit for player fiat to have his personality at 11.
Speaking of 2 grit, Porter, you do get a grit from Argitlam saying gotta maintain the bamboozle economy, and a grit from Chris saying I'm here for this bamboozling.
Thank you, Chris.
However, you do only get 5 successes instead of 6, which ultimately doesn't change the equation very much.
At some point we are going to have to do some math to make sure that I don't have an attribute point that is missing from somewhere, because I'm not confident in myself.
Oh man,
it has made it so I am going to go through the digital sheet and like make it like red if it's
It goes to 11, it just says no.
So you say all that and she goes, all right, and like taps her nose and says, just let me know when you see wherever it is your stash is or whatever. You're paying me enough. I'm not gonna ask any questions as long as you're confident.
Look, I do appreciate that. I understand this isn't the most regular of jobs that you probably take, but we do truly appreciate it. And anything that I can do to help, just let me know.
I mean, there's all sorts of smugglers hiding things up and down these parts. So it ain't my first rodeo. You just say when, and I'll turn or drop anchor.
I quite appreciate that. Thanks again, Yaz.
And she goes back to manning the helm. And then you have you have a few days going down the Flagstone. You don't really know how far you have to go. It's way more than a few days going down the Flagstone to like reach the end of the Flagstone. So, but what's everyone getting into for the next few days?
Is there a way to modify a tonic?
No.
Okay,
can't you scrap it?
Can you scrap it and turn it into cubes?
No, you can't salvage tonics.
Good to know.
Those are just tonics for someone else now, Seth.
Now I understand. I'm learning all kinds of things about this game.
Or you can sell them.
Watchers or viewers are also learning things, so it's important education.
Sell them for money.
Stream.
It's almost like that's what I'm supposed to be doing anyway, right?
I don't think Dex is really like trying to accomplish a ton. He's just keeping an eye out for the numerous and dangerous wildlife. And it's a little bit of what he was doing last session of just like trying to put real world practical examples to like the little bit of secondhand knowledge he has about this area. And also like he's bad at handling animals, but he's good at knowing what to do about animals. In the context of if they attack you. So I think he's just sort of like paying attention, looking at like what are the things that are dangerous that he has to be aware about here.
Sure. Yeah, that's not going to require a roll. You don't have a lot of contention. You see plenty of like the wildlife is closer now. You are no longer on the Pilgrimage River. You're not on a massive, huge river where the shore is far away. There are parts of this river where it is a relatively tight fit for this boat to make it through. And then there's parts of the river where there's plenty of room for this boat to play in. It takes a lot more work to traverse this area. There's lots of times where like you have to duck under branches as you go through a much more like thick area of vegetation that the river runs through. Along the way, you're able to like spot and avoid snake vines and like other types of like fauna that would be like venomous or poisonous or dangerous in some way. Not fauna, flora that would be venomous or poisonous or dangerous in some way. You see animals all over the place. You even think a couple times you spot like kind of moving through the trees. You think you spot like the like a glimpse of like something that is just so vibrantly colored it had to have been a leprechaun. As it like moves through the trees, you see plenty of wild jackalope jumping from large like tree branch to large tree branch. Honestly, the area here is gorgeous and beautiful and just teeming with life, and you know that at any point any of that life could maybe want to kill you, though it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to just like jump onto a metal like vessel traveling through the river.
But also the stuff that looks vibrant and wonderful is often extremely dangerous.
Yeah. So yeah, it could be a mix of like wonder and like preparedness going through you at the same time, because it's the first time you grew up in like you were born in the Badlands and you went to the peak. You didn't range in like the Heartwood or anything. So like,
no, I think Dex has been like not like all over the Badlands, but he's been to like a pretty good variety of the Badlands, and he's been to a little of the Garden kind of in that area, like just to the east of the peak. But I don't think Dex has seen a lot of the Garden. So like this is cool.
Yeah.
And dangerous.
So yeah, you're basically above like on deck the whole time, not like
Dex does not spend a ton of time below deck.
Yeah. Yaz is totally comfortable to share space with you without talking. The helm is like kind of exposed to the rest of the deck. It's kind of like a back wall and like an awning over it, but like the like front and sides of it are relatively open with gates that can be like shuttered shut to like stop like the onset of water. But Yaz is just paying attention, being very careful, occasionally actually enlists you to like assist with like spotting things, like as far as like, am I clear on this side?
Yeah.
Like, you know, stuff like that. Like you're the nearest person for most times when Yaz is like, hey, run in the back there, something caught on the motor. And like, she just like kind of like makes you a little bit of her gopher so she doesn't have to let go of like the controls.
Yeah, Dex is happy to do it.
Eloise, Gus, Porter, any of you getting into anything over the next few days? I will say the weather starts getting worse after the first day. Around the end of that first day where she kind of quartered Porter, the like it begins raining, like enough rain that it is like it's like it's weird because it's raining, but there's very few moments where you can see the sky, but it's raining everywhere because the rainwater is like generating on top of the canopy and then coming through. So like Dex, you specifically know that means it's raining a lot, because it's not just running down the vines and the branches and the trees. It is heavy enough rain,
water that the canopy can't block it.
Yeah. So like you imagine, and you can kind of hear too, like there is a large storm that is like getting worse throughout the night. And then the next day it seems to persist, that kind of weather, like varying degrees of water raining down from the canopy.
Yeah, I think it's easier to notice. It's easy to notice that Gus is a lot calmer that he was. Like something has changed within him. Really, it's like his mindset has changed. And he I think he was so ashamed in that moment of how like childish and petty and like useless he was to make his friends go put themselves in danger for him for no reason. Like he something very much switched in Gus in that moment. I think there are some some nerves that are able to be spotted as Gus and like Eloise are in proximity, which to that end, I think at some point Gus tries to find a moment where Elle is alone to have a chat with her.
Sure. She's not doing anything special necessarily. She's got a blueprint she's working on, but she's not ready to craft yet. So unless people are like specifically hanging out with her, she's not real busy.
Sure. Yeah, I think it takes Gus like a while to like work up the courage for it a little bit, and then like there's a false start where Elle seems to be like deep on the blueprint, like she's really like going to town, and Gus is like, oh, I'll come back later. And then later, like she's just sort of ideating, and he like steps in and sort of like knocks on the, I forget where Elle had set up shop, like knocks on some beam or something.
Yeah, Gus, literally every time you kind of shy away from Eloise, because there's a lot of, unless someone wants to like stand out in the rain, like Dex and Yaz kind of are, I imagine most people are kind of trying to stay somewhat dry in like the below decks, which is really basically like a studio apartment with with like a couple walk-in closets for rooms. Every time you kind of shy away, Gus, you do see Toto just like standing there, like looking at you in a different spot in a different room every time. Just like you walk in, you look over, and his little pug like smushed oily face is just like
Gus sort of says like, hey, you hush.
and he like runs up to a wall and becomes a water splash on that wall, and then seeps down, leaving like water stains.
Yeah. And he sort of like knocks on a beam. He says, hey, Elle, you got some time?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, sure. Hey, Gus.
Yeah. Hey, and Gus like pulls up some sort of like box of like rope or whatever, and sits down on it and says, hey, Elle, so listen, we had a really bad conversation the other day, and a lot of stuff got said, but there's one big part of it that I do regret quite a bit, and if I would like to be a preacher, and part of that is going to be listening to people's problems and relating your own, and I can't run from what happened to me in there, and it sounds like you can't neither. So I mean, the best we can do is sort of sit together and fight through it. If you'd like to talk about it.
Oh, sure. I yeah. What is it? How, mm, how does that make you feel?
It's tough. Elle, I mean, I'm sure you know, but like I don't know, it's tough. He took stuff out of me, and he made me believe, God, I'm so dumb for believing him that he might do something good with it. And then, you know, he gave it to Leo, and now there's some sort of big fights happening with illuminated people. Illuminated people are going to look worse, and a lot of people are going to get hurt over nothing. This thing that they made happen, and a lot of that's going to come from me. A lot of their ability to do bad stuff came directly out of me. And I'm just one guy. I can't stop a war or a battle. They took something out of me. It's going to be used for bad. I can't stop, and I don't know what to do about that.
Well, I think, um, I mean, I think that eventually it would have been made or created without you. So I don't think it's necessarily something that you should think is your fault. And like there wasn't really a choice, at least for me. So it ain't necessarily you can't be blamed. Like the only way that stops is that you didn't exist. Right? Like that's nothing. Cuz you do exist.
Yeah, but now it feels like if it's worth it for me to exist, I got to do something good. I got to do something better than that. What I do in my life's got to make up for all this bad that's been done because of me.
Okay. So can you hold on a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Porter?
Oh, Porter, are you like knocking on the bulkhead? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there are doors, right? Porter's just inside our like quarters things, and he's trying to keep his paper dry as he writes a draft of a letter.
Sure.
Yeah. What's up?
I'm going to say something and I know that it's not going to come out good. Can you come translate?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Okay.
Just speak from your heart.
I don't want to do that. And but she'll come back in and be like, "I'm sorry, Gus. I feel like this is real important, and I'm not good at this kind of stuff, and I feel like this is why I was thinking about how you got real upset when we talked last time, and that wasn't like what I meant to do. So, but Porter's usually, except for when I'm talking to him, good at telling people what I'm saying. So I thought maybe just in case as like a backup, I could. Anyway, okay. So if your life was a ledger or a triangle, and you were trying to make it even, that what happened in Brimstone, as far as um what you didn't have the choice to do, that doesn't tip that on the center point. The balance is not shifted because the weight of the mass of any given thing is just dictated by its existence, and it can't be changed. And so the actions that are taken to change that mass are always going to be through like a catalytic like event. And so when that happens, the substrate, the thing that's left after, is not responsible for what it was before or the thing that happened to it to make it that way. Nor is it the responsible for anything that might be a precipitate or perhaps a byproduct of some kind. So what I'm trying to say is that like they're conceding that there is a balance that needs to be had, which I know you and I disagree on, but you feel strongly about. This is you're the substrate of, you're the product of the thing that happened.
Okay. All right.
But you didn't. But it didn't.
I think
Gus turns to Porter. He says, All right, Porter. Start with the words ledger, catalytic, substate, and God dang, there was another one. Precipitate. Is that like rain?
It is like rain. It is like
I
rain.
mean,
Okay,
yeah.
then that one I got. That one's fine.
I think to break it down in simpler terms, and tell me if I'm completely off base with this, but I think what she's saying is even the things that you've done in your past, they don't erase the good that you've done or the good that you can do with your life. The person that you are, you're not defined by your actions, right? You're defined by the things that you do. And so even the things that you've done in the past or the things that are happening to you now or will happen to you in the future, they don't take away from the essence of what your person is. I think that's what you're saying. Is that right, El?
Yes.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
don't owe anything.
Sure. No, that makes sense. That's if sometimes the things around you are off balance, that doesn't mean you are, right? Or nothing's so off balance you can't sort of ride it again and start over. That makes sense. Okay.
I think what
Thank
she's
you.
saying is there the balance that you have is just a perception, right? So the need for balance or to keep a ledger, it's not necessarily what you're looking for. It's bad things happen, you do bad things, but good things happen, you do good things, and they're all part of what we perceive.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you put good out, you get good in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Thank you, El. Thank you, Porter. Um, but this one, I mean, I don't know. I wanted to get into it first to I guess help, but El, do you? I mean, the other day you wanted to talk about what happened to you in there. Do you feel comfortable?
I mean, I didn't have much of a choice as far as any of that stuff went, but I did have I had the I made the choice to live, and that's because I got the better of Owen Lemaire. And in exchange for my life and for your life, Gus, I let him complete his experiment. So the thing that you're saying needs balanced and needs fixing is actually something I chose.
Well, it sounds like you didn't have too much of a choice, right?
No, I mean I had control over him entirely.
Yeah, but it was our lives or what?
Or he
We di-
didn't
we die
finish.
in there?
Yeah. But he doesn't finish. In fact, I could have set him back. I could have had him destroy his I could have I could have I could have changed the tempo of everything that was that decision has a lot of ripple effects as far as I've imagined it.
But
So,
but you said what I think you meant, El, which is you would have set him back. True as that may be, you wouldn't have stopped him. He's an immortal ancient ghost, I mean, just because he had access to this doctor, that doesn't mean he wouldn't have found another way, more people to hurt later on down the line.
I know.
Don't you think?
I I think that he has plans upon plans upon plans.
Hmm.
And I think that eventually one of those plans will come to fruition. And the thing is, I think that this one did that because I let it. And and I don't regret it necessarily, but it is sort of a mess that I feel strongly I need to clean up or help clean up.
Well, I look. I'm here with you, helping clean up. I, I'm with you. I think we're on the same path. We sort of feel like we gotta make up for some stuff that went on in there, and that's all gonna come, and that's all gonna be fine, and we're gonna get that stuff. But right now, what I want to say is, it sounds like a lot of weight to put on a person. Stress, hadn't slept, in the middle being tortured. That is a heavy weight, and a big decision to have to make, and a big decision to have to live with. And I'm sorry that happened to you, because you don't deserve that.
Um, thank you. I don't the yeah, thank you. I don't nope, thank you. Mhm.
You're doing really well, Al. Sorry, that was not part of the conversation. I can tell you
Nope,
later.
that's fine. Positive reinforcement is a very good way to teach me how to interact, and sometimes I feel a little bit like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting it right more than other times. I feel so.
Well, one thing I can say is I have not forgotten Jack Taylor and looking at him and what he became, and what Brimstone did to him. And I am very thankful that we got you there before something like that happened to either of you. I was afraid I would never see either of you, or worse, see you like he turned out, completely lost and not person who he was. So I don't know if it could have turned out any other way, but I'm thankful that we're here on this boat and continuing something important that we said we'd do together. I think that's very special, and it means a lot.
I also killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
He had tubes full of other people. They might have been fine, but I made the decision that it was too much of a risk, and so I turned them off. And it is hmm. The math always checks out, but it does sort of.
The odds, no matter how far they are in your favor, you'll always wonder. And it's a terrible weight.
Mhm. I just kind of don't think about it, but then you mentioned Jack Taylor, and I then had to think about it. So,
I know. I'm sorry. I know that's hard. I understand that.
but if he's the thing that makes you continue to do this, then I guess that's my temporary discomfort. This is fine.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
that's why I'm here, Al. Right? That's what I realized in these past couple days is, you know, these things that happen to us, they ain't gonna go away. That thought ain't gonna keep from coming back. There's no way to keep that thought from coming back. So the only option left is you change what thought comes. And talking about it, and working through it, that's how we do that.
Hmm. That's true. That's fair.
I
There are a
found
lot of
occupation also just helps.
things.
When you said you didn't want to talk about it, I just decided to find an alternative way to deal with it.
I was wrong.
It seems to work so far.
No. No, not when I'm trying to sleep.
At this point, the hatch like slides open and rainwater kind of pours down the steps, and Dex descends. Dex, you've been sent to go check and make sure that Yaz's patch job after the Snollygoster attack is holding up in this weather. And you see your three compatriots kind of sitting around the table.
Yeah, I think Dex
Grim
comes
enough
down.
face, Liz, that you can kind of tell you walked in on something.
Listen, I have spent a lot of resources on being extremely good at this. I think Dex like eyes the patch job to make sure that it's okay.
There's no leaks.
Great. Shouts up, seems fine. And then like closes the hatch, sits down. Oh, good. Okay, so you're talking about Brimstone.
We started at Brimstone, certainly. We've sort of precipitated out.
Just let him. It's not bad. It's not totally off, right?
Yeah, it's like it rains and it's water.
It's
It's like a flood. Yeah, I got it. It goes underwater, and then you're sort of in like a sub state because you're sub the water.
That one's a little bit.
That one I didn't. That was a stretch. I was gonna see. I was feeling good after precipitate, and I was gonna try to. That was a step too far.
Say it with enough confidence. Everybody will believe you know what it means.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've always found anyway.
Sure.
Yeah. Brimstone was. I can't imagine how hard it was for the two of you.
Yeah.
I mean, you mostly saw as far as things go.
Doesn't mean I felt it. I guess. What's next? I mean, are we hunting down the Raven or whatever by ourselves? Are we gonna go against the entire FPC for this?
As I understand it, the FPC has been sort of dissolved because the Raven is dead, who was their figurehead, and really
Sure.
their only unifying organizational structure.
Huh, but he's still got what's his name? The handsome one.
Truman?
Yeah, they still got Truman and presumably his group. I'd imagine there are other people who are still rallying to his cause. I don't know.
I don't have any information to that end.
But he can't. We need the information he has, no matter what.
If we want to, yes. Yes. If we want to have normal lives, if Gus is gonna be a preacher, or you're gonna go back to Markham's Landing, or Dex is gonna be able to walk into any town and not have to shoot somebody. He took the data that we need, the research data that we need to prove that we're not responsible for what happened
Right.
there, and that the bounties are inappropriate for the things that they list. We have done plenty of illegal things. Like breaking into a garrison is technically still illegal, even if they're doing illegal things. But I didn't break into that.
Yeah,
So
you and I, we're good
Mhm.
on that.
But false incarceration, also escaping from that, that's like a gray area at best. We're probably free and clear, mostly.
Yeah, I think so. We got kidnapped. Again,
Right,
adult
but it was sort of like apprehended.
snap.
We'd hope
It's
Mayor Graves will be able to balance out the legal.
The data Leo
I think
Riggs
so.
has
Ledger.
proves the numerous illegal things, not to mention the numerous just wrong things
Mhm.
Brimstone has done.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Blackstar is an illegal mercenary company. They don't have the authority to arrest anybody.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah.
So I don't think we have to take on the entire FPC, though. I'm pretty sure we could, based on using Truman's group as a litmus test. But I do not think that Leo Riggs, in whatever form that he's in now, will be particularly easy.
No.
I saw, I mean, to be fair, Owen is, I think, probably far more powerful than Leo Riggs is. But we saw Owen vibrate a man to death, turned his bones basically into its requisite particles. And so if Leo Riggs has even part of that capability, I think that we are in for a serious fight. And I'll do what I can to protect us. I think I can best him. I have before. Though, with him all souped up like this, that might be harder. But I also, when Jack Taylor I bested him too. But I don't have the capability to actually stop him.
Sure.
But we don't actually, I don't think it's a very good idea because the premises inclination inside of him is sort of cancerous to society. But we don't actually need, if we're just concerned about our own welfare, I don't think we actually need to kill him. Not saying that we shouldn't or should. There's no moral judgment. Just based on our needs, what we need is the information that he has. We just need literally the files.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can figure that out when we get to him, I think.
It's
But I
just a
think
matter
we
of
can beat them
getting
together. Yeah. But hey, maybe we can get some gunslingers to come with us from the Legionnaires. We already have one.
Based on Alistair Caldwell's behavior, I doubt that they would be interested in what seems like an exoneration of potentially innocent individuals when there's no proof of wrongdoing on either side, except for the official edicts. And sure, they can make a gut check because some people can do that, but they're sort of known to be sort of like Alistair Caldwell was, which was stern and immovable and inflexible. And so I think just as likely they're going to say, hey, if you're going to fight, get out, as they are to say, oh, sure, we'll just come shoot them with you. Or maybe even I think probably because we're bringing half of Alistair Caldwell's things back because we did leave Sinclair in Waypoint. That they would be inclined not to immediately shoot us, which I think is good.
Yeah. Also, Porter, if you get a minute after this, I'm going to need you on exonerate and edict.
I've got you.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, then, I don't know. I think maybe all of us working together, we can get Leo rigs and get the info and figure out what we want to do with them.
Yeah.
Great.
And while we're making plans, then we go back to Waypoint because of Mayor Graves and stuff, and
Right.
also because I have a meeting.
With who?
Probably a representative of my family.
Oh, so
Oh.
yeah, you sort of said what everyone else is doing after this. You going back to your family?
Depends on what they want and what I can get.
Oh, all right.
It's mostly just a transaction. People. I left because they were bad to me.
Yeah.
But then it turns out that kind of most people are bad. So at least there's a modicum of comfort to be had with the bad people that I know there.
I don't know, El. Call me crazy, but I think there's got to be some good people out there for you.
There
We're
might be.
we're okay. Problem is, I think a bunch of us got. I mean, Porter's pretty okay.
I have my moments, I suppose.
Yeah, he got some really okay moments.
I
You
don't
know what? I
think-
was gonna go check the rain actually. Dex, did you want to check the rain?
I'd like to hear what you were going to say. You were cut off.
I don't think being a drifter gives you an accurate picture of people.
Heck, I don't even think we got an accurate view of what being a drifter's like. I'm gonna be real. I heard about drifters, and this doesn't seem like it. I ain't got paid for a job in so long. I understand that's most of it. I understand you get a job and then you do it and then you get paid. I've not heard of many drifters who get a job and do it and get paid and then become involved in a gigantic conspiracy.
It's more than you think.
Does it really, Dex? Oh no! Why are people drifters?
No, I think being a drifter means you meet the people who are in desperate need, oftentimes because someone else has hurt them. And frequently, you are the solution to that person that has hurt them, which brings you in contact with some of the worst people on this planet. And if that's where you take your picture of what people as a whole are, I think it would look pretty grim. But I don't think it would be true.
I suppose it needs further evaluating. But, I did. I think that I think there's a lot of struggle, and I don't necessarily need that. And it's hard because of the way I am and how illuminated I am to get people to like or understand me or be kind or even want to take the time to get it. So since I presume you're going off to do gunslinger things and Gus is going to be I imagine going to seminary and Porter's got his family to go to, that finding another group of people who even want to try to get to know me is pretty hard. So at least, there's no danger where my family is. And I think that that's got merit.
I'm not trying to convince you to make a decision one way or the other. I just think the statement that you made is relying on incomplete information.
It could be. There's, I think, a lot of implicit bias in my data set.
Sure, whatever you want to do, you'll figure it out.
Oh, dang. I keep forgetting that there's preacher school. I already read all of them. I read all 3. I don't know what else they're going to teach me. Do I have to read them again?
I think you will have to read them again, yeah. Among
That's
other
fine.
things.
I mean, I read them last year. They can't change too much.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't think so.
I would imagine it's like a lot like a philosophy class, and then like maybe getting sort of like psychologics up in there, and then like a little bit of like, how to be a motivational speaker, and sort of like all of the functions that people who want and need that organization require from a leader.
Porter, it sounds like I'm just going to need you to come with me, actually, if you're not busy.
I guess we'll see how the thing goes with my family, but I'll be of any help I can be.
I appreciate you, Porter. I'll see if they can like pull you up an extra seat or something.
All right. First off, everyone can get a grit for excellent roleplay. Sorry,
I
Eloise.
can't. I bamboozle you for your next time that you roll.
Flashback.
Preemptive bamboozle.
You
yeah.
spend
Flashback and have built something.
instant flashback, quick. No. Porter, does that put you at 7 or 6?
Puts me at 6.
Okay, Dex is the person I haven't updated yet. You are at 10, Dex.
I have 10 grit.
Cool.
We fought a thing that I didn't have to spend grit on, so I'm flush.
Anyone else getting into anything over the next day or so? The weather kind of persists with varying degrees of severity of rain. It definitely slows down a little bit because Yaz requires a lot of like the limited like visibility and like everything else is like making it so this already kind of hard to like traverse web of tributaries is like even worse now. But for the most part, it's not like so bad that like she's like just like stopped the boat and been like, we're waiting this out.
I do think Dex spends, even in the rain, a good amount of time above deck. Like, he's from the Badlands, where the only time there was a storm, it destroyed his town. And then he lived on a mountain for a while, and then he was in the Badlands for most of the times. Like, Dex does not get to be in the rain a lot.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And also, it's warm here.
It is very warm. Yeah. Yeah, I just making sure no one's getting any projects started or doing anything over the next couple days.
Yeah, Porter is definitely, I mean, he has been writing this letter and, crumpling up drafts and getting other drafts wet and having to throw them away, et cetera, et cetera. But he at the same time is working on a tonic. It's going to be a tier 4. Wait, hold on. I have to make sure. I can stack the +1 to an attribute, right?
Yes.
For a tier 4 tonic.
Yep.
So I can do a +2 to that attribute. That's what he's working on. He's working on a +2 to finesse tonic.
Cool. I was gonna laugh really hard if you said personality, just to say like.
What if I did? What if I had?
You hand it to someone else at that.
I would have meant like I was like, oh, okay, Seth is just saying fuck you to me. Cool. Okay, so class 4. So every roll is going to take you about 2 weeks time of. So you are just getting the ingredients beginning. You basically have to make like a bunch of like specific substances that take a bunch of time to like bond and like finish. And then go through a second and a third and like a fourth like stage of bonding those things together to eventually make this one tonic that like truly like enhances someone's dexterity and hand-eye coordination and reaction speed.
Absolutely.
But yeah, go ahead and roll for now. That's gonna be first aid.
While he's, I was gonna say, while he's getting that together, several hours later, Gus comes into Eloise's room. Is like, "Hey, this is, he because rather sheepishly, he's like, "Hey, by the way, do you think I need and like holds out his almost entirely broken armor."
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah, I can fix that. I've also definitely got my dice with me.
Sure you do.
You know, the
You're
thing
doing one
is,
of those
I
yoga poses we
absolutely
did last
believe
night.
it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. I can do that for you. I think, I don't know. Hold on. Do I have any machinery cubes? Yes, I have a few. Great.
Yeah, go ahead and roll machinery to fix up Gus's armor.
Okay.
And Dex, go ahead and roll a survival at a -4 for me.
Okay. Does my survival kit apply?
No.
Gus, how many armor points are you missing?
I'm missing 10 armor points.
10.
I only have one of them left. This one here, sort of left shoulder.
Right. I see that. I did reinforce that pauldron a little while ago, so that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that one held up.
Okay. So that's 5. Or no. How many? It automatically heals
3.
some amount. 3. So that's 7. So I do need to spend another. Wait, nope. No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, and I will roll again.
I got most of them. I got most of the points good. Those are the ones that are left are mostly on my back, and I can keep things on my front.
That's all right. That's
Well,
3 hits for
if
the
you
second one.
if you healed 7 and he was down 10, the next machinery cube just automatically puts it up to 10.
But I rolled anyway and got 3 hits, so it's super fixed.
It is
It's buffed out a little.
100%
Really
fixed.
nice.
The rest are reinforced too. Right shoulder's reinforced, even those on the back.
Porter, how'd you do on your first aid?
I spent 2 grit to play to the gallery down so that I could reroll a 14, and I got 5 successes.
Five successes. All right. That is 5 out of 8 that you need. So go ahead and mark that you've rolled once and you have 5 successes. And 2 weeks later in game time, you will get an opportunity to roll again and perhaps finish it in 2 weeks after that.
Woot woot.
All right. Dex, how'd you do on your survival roll?
I guess I was going to spend grip, but I guess it depends on whether or not it's opposed.
It's not opposed.
Okay, cool. I do spend 3 grit to go at strong, because why be at 10 grit when there's an opportunity for humans to like buy grit for you, and you could be at max grit and they wouldn't be allowed to. So I got 3 hits.
Okay. So on the like 3rd day down the Flagstone River, the rain and bad weather has persisted on and off throughout the last few days. And now it is like in full force. And it's bad, and you're sitting there and like it's not really like bothering you that much, but like now it is it's like it is just like it's raining from the sky like heavily, even though you know that that's not what's happening. And one thing that catches your eye is that like one thing that Yaz has already like made very clear to you because she's been asking for your assistance is like visibility is down, and also like the water is rushing faster because the river is like raising up because it's just been nonstop rain for the past few days. This weather like takes a turn and the rainfall becomes heavier, and you realize with 3 successes, you realize that while there might not be really anything you can do against it, like this is bad. This storm is bad, and you are on water, and there's a lot of water all around. There's several other rivers and tributaries that split off of the Flagstone and split off of the...
So all of the places that were previously much more better defined as like, this is a tributary and this is the river we're on, are getting harder and harder to see.
Yes, but even more so, you realize like Gus, like a day ago, was like, you know, precipitate into a flood. Like there's a flood coming. You realize that like this is about to become a floodplain within the jungle, and all these rivers are going to become one body of water probably very quickly. Like you, with 3 successes, you can anticipate a flash flood just a little bit before it happens.
Okay. Yeah, I go to Yaz. Hey, you probably know this, but maybe you don't. This is going to be a flood soon.
Fuck, I was really hoping that maybe we just get lucky.
Tell me what we do.
We need to batten everything down. If there's going to be a flood, we got to get anything excess off of this thing. Shed the armor and get ready to, because we're going to have to be dodging trees. Any idea where it's coming from? And
I don't, right?
You kind of like, you have a lay of the land roughly, like you know it's going to come from the north. Like there's bigger bodies of water you saw breaking off that way, and also just like the slope of the terrain implies that it's going to probably come from the north.
Okay. Probably north generally.
Right. All right. And you got 3 successes?
I did.
You're going to give Yaz a +3 to navigate in what is about to become this flash flood. Because you give her enough warning. And then like she's like, yeah, get down there. Shed the armor plates. We don't need them right now. We need mobility.
Yeah, I get down the steps. I like knock on the bulkheads in case anyone's like working on stuff. All right, heads up. This is going to be a flash flood soon. There's things to do. Porter, if you can just get everything sealed up.
That's my specialty. And I think Porter just kind of jumps into boat mode and starts battening everything down, taking stock of everything. Like he knows what to do when the weather gets rough on the sea.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even going to roll for it. This is like your entire backstory. Yeah, Porter fucking locks everything down.
Eloise, says we got to start stripping the armor off. We got to be lighter and faster. If you can get to work on that.
Okay. Does she just done? Just off?
Yes. Anything
Okay.
we don't need, get rid of it.
Okay, I can do that. Can I like strip it, tie it together, and then make a big stick or something so like maybe we could find it again? Like a big tent pole?
You want to make a buoy?
Yeah, I want to make a buoy. Can I do that?
Yeah. I'll either let you use a machinery or a technology cube to do so.
I will expend a technology cube.
Cool. Yeah, they'll have blinking lights and everything.
Yeah, so like can I like find it again because it's all blinky?
I think it will have like a visual blinking light and perhaps a ping that if you're close enough your Omni tool can pick up on.
Right.
Like
okay,
a
cool.
radio frequency.
I didn't think that it was going to be like forever. I could just head in that direction. That's where the buoy is. But like, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So this is for like the like
there...
parts of the boat that you're like breaking down and dropping off, and like the like non-essential like munitions and stuff.
Yeah, just I like take ropes and just like, and then there's a buoy.
Yeah,
it's gonna be underwater because the water's coming. So like, I don't think I have time to make like a winch and put it up in a tree or on top of a giant mushroom or something. So. I mean, unless I do, and then I do that because it's cool.
Cool.
I don't think there was like a unskilled labor thing. that Yaz mentioned, right?
I mean, Gus can at least help Porter like toss shit overboard and stuff like that, if that's what you're talking about.
Not that we need that, Gus. Hold on. Wait.
This one.
Put it down. Put it in the bow. Just strap it down, okay?
All right. Yeah, no, I can strap. I got it.
Yeah, so Dex like hands out assignments, says, and hold on tight, it's gonna be bad. And then he gets back up to Yaz. They're on it. What do you need from me?
Around the point that you're heading back up to Yaz, the boat takes a big heave in one direction. And Dex, as you get above board and like you're holding on to like the banisters, you see Yaz has closed the shutters around the helm, giving her basically like waist high walls to like stop the water from flooding around her. And she's like holding on, and you see that the water is already pouring over the north side of the river and like filling up the river, and like she is struggling to keep it aboard, and very quickly that like torrent of water just like molds over this river, and now you're on effectively like a sea within the jungle. Yaz is holding on as tight as she can, but the force of the waves alone do push her off course, and she's going to roll a couple tests to try and avoid some trees and other vegetation as she attempts to control this vehicle.
I will shout down. Elle, you got a mag belt, right?
Yeah, I do.
Can I borrow it?
Sure. It's just two little nodes that you just like clip on your belt, and it's really cool. If you just gotta push the buttons at the same time.
Grabs it
and shuts it.
Yeah, shuts the door. And I will stay above deck and try and help however I can. Yaz, like by like spotting trees or just like calling out information as I see it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So, oh no. Well, that die is gone forever. All right, Yaz is going to roll her first test. She had plenty of warning. She does seem to lose control of the vessel, but she doesn't crash. So like she is struggling to keep this thing, but like the first few trees, she gets shoved way off course. The water picks her up. The few trees, like she manages to dodge them along the wave. Like the boat like tips in like really like disconcerting ways. Like I need everyone but Dex to roll either gymnastics or athletics as you basically get like turned sideways by a big wave that the boat gets hit by. Dex, you were totally fine. The boat turns and the mag belt makes that your center of gravity. So it's just like water is hitting you. But also the mag belt helps hold you up. So the water hitting you doesn't even hit you in the way that it normally would if this amount of water hit you.
Yeah, I think Dex gets ready to brace for like very uneven ground because he's trained for that, and then is a little bit off put when he just doesn't have to.
Yeah. And everyone let me know what you got on your test.
Yeah.
Any chance I could use a deflect?
No.
Okay, I had to ask. What if you said yes?
Oh, that's a 3 for Porter.
It's 4.
0 successes.
Oof.
Oh no.
Eloise, you do take 4 damage. This is not fatigue damage though. It's like impact damage, so your armor fully plays in this.
Gets tossed and like bangs her head on something.
Yeah, pretty much. She
Like
gets slammed up into like the corner ceiling of like a part and then drops down. Luckily nothing is falling into you because you guys had enough warning, so it was only 4 damage instead of way more because everything is battened down. This continues. Now everyone, anything you do is going to be at a -2. Dex, you're trying to assist Yaz here. You're in a position to do so. It feels more like an observe roll than anything else. You're just literally trying to relay information. She has less visibility than you do. This observe roll is going to be at a -5 because obviously conditions are terrible.
Sure. Okay.
Are we rolling as well?
No one's rolling anything yet. Depends on Yaz's roll.
Do you remember if In My Element is only for tenacity tests, or is it any test in the wild?
It's literally any test while you're in the wild.
Cool. Great.
You're just
So
more
I'll use-
reliable outdoors.
Yeah, outdoors are great.
A thing Roland never said in campaign 1.
Exactly. The outdoors were the devil. So I use one of my free reliability from In My Element. I get 2 hits.
Okay. Okay. Yaz continues to not crash.
Hey, that's great.
Through the assistance of Dex. I do need everyone inside the boat to roll another test as you get tossed and turned. This is gymnastics or athletics.
At a -2, right?
Correct.
Lovely. Well, I am going to spend 2 more grit to play to the gallery to count this 11 so that I don't die.
4.
Gus, you are fine.
3 for Porter.
Porter, you are fine. Eloise? 0?
Lovely.
Okay. Legitimately luckily, like Dex gave you guys enough warning that Porter, with his like sailor like history, basically was able to lock everything down here. So it's still just 4 damage. Because you don't have like a pile of stuff like smashing into you right now.
Al, strap in. She's a nor'easter.
I don't understand what that means.
It means we're in danger. Strap in.
I've never heard to do this before. Dex took my mag belt. It would be really useful right now.
And we're going to do a little bit of time passes basically as this kind of persists. Like, this isn't immediate. Those first 2 were kind of immediate. Now, Dex, you've fallen into a kind of a rhythm with Yaz, Elle, and Porter, and Gus. You've, like, tumbled around a little bit and then, like, kind of found spaces where you're under control. The tossing and turning, like, you're holding onto each other. Dex, you're shouting out things. Yaz is, like, turning, and water is pouring in. And let's just see who it's going to be. 1, 2, 3. Porter, your coat, you feel a tug and a twist in your coat, and like holding on inside your coat under your armpit, trying to get as high as possible is Toto. Toto is trying really hard not to get in the water that is kind of filling up the inside of the boat.
No, come on. Oh, not up the coat. Okay, Toto. Okay, just sit there. Just sit there. It's okay.
And you are not trying to get Toto off of you, right?
No. I understand his primal need to feel safe.
Porter, you take 2 damage, no armor piercing. Your armor kind of soaks that up, right?
My toughness soaks that up.
Yeah. And now I need you to resist a toxin. You need to roll negate at a -4.
Oh, great. I love negate. That's great.
You're like not actually bad at negate though, right? Because you've
Well,
got the whole thing going on.
The skill is 10, but my attribute is 4, so I roll 2 dice at it, and it's at 6 now because it's -4.
Porter can ditch him out, but he can't take him.
That's right.
You gave this little guy
I do
a
have some nice
home.
antitoxins though.
You can actually take an antitoxin now if you want.
Oh, absolutely. I mean that's part of my my medkit programming is if something happens, instantly kick it.
Yeah. Pop in an antitoxin. You actually part of the thing with antitoxin is you are allowed to take it if you have one, you're allowed to take it the moment you have to roll negate. And then if you find one while you're suffering the effects of a poison, you can drink it to roll negate again.
That's lovely. Yeah, I think what it is, because most of my things have been like an injection of a shot. I think for the antitoxin, it's just a little like Pez dispenser that pops out and opens up a pill in my hand, and I take the pill.
Cool. So that gives you one automatic success right there.
Lovely.
And whatever side effects come along with it, which might be nothing.
I don't think it's anything. Yeah, it was
Excellent quality.
excellent quality, but it was a tier 2,
Oh,
which means there should be 1.
so if it's a tier 2, then you get 2 automatic successes on this.
Lovely.
And you don't even have to roll because you're resisting a tier 2 toxin. So it's just done.
That's great, because I got no successes
Yeah.
anyway. But it's a tier 2, so it should have 1
side effect.
There should be a side effect. If you brewed this while you had the
Okay.
pharmacist, then you get to choose what side effect you get here.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with disoriented for this one.
I love it. I love it. I love you and I love it. All right, you're at a -2 to all tenacity, awareness, and reasoning tests. And that basically is just gonna keep going. You're gonna be able to clear your thoughts here and there, but then it's gonna come back. Because we're not in structured time.
You said -2 to tenacity, awareness,
And reasoning.
and that's to my attribute.
No, skills.
Oh, great.
And this dude claws and bites the shit out of you as he scrambles his way up on top of your head, knocking your hat askew. And luckily you feel the pinprick of your auto doc injecting you with an antitoxin, so you don't take actual damage here. But you have claw marks and on your face and some bite marks.
What did I do to you?
Now you guys see perched on top, grabbing on to Porter's hair, hat, and scalp. This squonk is holding on for dear life. The last thing the squonk wants is to be swept up in the water, it seems.
Oh, you better hold on to that hat.
And this persists for an uncomfortable amount of time. It's bad. It's really bad. Anyone who thinks they might get seasick, you're not suffering anything yet. You're not rolling any tests, but anyone who thinks they might be susceptible to that, your stomach is churning at this point because this boat ride has been absolutely abysmal. And it goes on for a little while, but with Dex assisting Yaz, you actually do make some progress, and she keeps heading in the direction. She manages, the most important thing you're able to notice, Dex, is she manages to stay relatively close to the river area, which means that she's not hitting what would be shallows, which would be just instant done for this. But she still has to constantly dodge trees and stuff. She can't stay on the river for long. And we're going to have one more slew of tests. So Dex, you're going to assist Yaz, and everyone is going to roll as the boat tosses and turns, and we're going to see how this goes.
Oh, is it still a -2?
Yes. Yaz is actually not in control of the vehicle right now.
Oof.
Dex has been able to stop her from crashing twice, though.
Fine.
Well, I assume it's the same -5.
Yeah. For you, Dex, yeah.
Okay. Well, I spend my other in my element. I get no successes.
Oh.
I mean, I'm rolling 3 dice at an 8 with no natural reliability.
Sure.
It's not a great test for me.
That is 2 for Porter.
4.
What?
Eloise?
I also got 2.
Hey, everyone inside is fine. However, Yaz does lose control of the vehicle enough that she, in fact, crashes it against a tree.
no.
There's just a bad spot, Dex, where the water gets really, really bad. She tries to maintain control. You guys have been at this for about an hour now. The fatigue is like setting in. Like Yaz is exhausted. Like everyone is having a really bad time. This storm is bad. The water is not receding. There, whatever like part of the Heartwood forest that flooded to make this like this giant sea of like water rushing southward, flooded enough that like it's not done, and the rain is continuing to come down too. And Yaz just isn't able to like hold on enough. Dex, you like run to the back and like shout out a thing. She manages to avoid like getting like this. There's like an overturned massive tree that you are able to warn her of, and she turns to avoid it, but then doing so makes the Ritz slam up against a tree, twist super violently, tossing everyone around, and slam up into another tree, and now she's straight up heading south. And everyone, literally everyone on this boat, takes 16 damage.
Hey, this is what toughness is for. I take a class 2 injury instead of class 3 injury.
Hey.
Well, that makes sense. I am exhausted.
Oh.
You take the injury wet.
What does exhausted do?
It is just a -1 to all tests. And it's a class 2, so it is 3 rests to recover, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I think it's just 2.
I thought it was class +1.
No, that's for a first aid test to restore it.
Gotcha, okay. That's fine. I could be tired.
Everyone else takes their damage.
I don't know what happens, but Porter's armor is just completely shattered. He's fine, but his armor is gone.
Yeah, Porter, you slam up into a bunch of shelving which shatters and breaks, and then like the water that was kind of at like shin height all goes to where you are, and you like have to like doff your like your coat to like pull yourself out of it, and as you do, like another part of the boat that like had kind of broken out of your holding sweeps down the water at you, and you manage to avoid it, but it slams in and like rips your coat and breaks the armor plating on it.
Mm-hmm.
Back where you were, but you were able to take your coat off and pull yourself out. And you get up above the water again, grabbing on and pulling yourself along like the table that's like bolted to the ground. And you feel the claws digging into your head as an absolutely terrified Toto was briefly underwater and seemed to not like it at all.
Don't let go of the hat, Toto.
Eloise and Gus, you just took the damage?
Yep.
Yeah. Porter did a very good job battening down a lot here, but a full-on collision with 2 trees tends to have an effect on the integrity of the inside of a ship. And so it's bad. You guys get fucking slammed around, and parts of this boat literally break around you as you do. And this is particularly bad because not only is the Ritz now off course, running south down the stream, out of control, but it is now taking on water. What does everyone do? You have just a few moments to react.
I think that Porter probably sees the problem. Is it anywhere near L?
The part that she patched, that Yaz had patched up, there are many parts that were patched up, but the part that you can see where she patched up, that kind of like goes over the common area, has like full on the plating there has snapped, and now water is flowing in through the wounds that the Snollygoster carved all the way around this boat. And yeah, it's nearby you guys.
Porter digs through one of the intact pockets of his armor and holds out a machinery cube to Eloise and says, "Here, take it."
Oh, sure. I will do my best, considering, to stop this boat from taking on water as best I can.
Sure. Roll a machinery test. You automatically heal 6 to it just by.
Wait, I have a thing for this. Oh my god, we're in a vehicle. Oh my god, this is amazing. I have quick fix.
Yeah.
This is amazing. I bought it and I've never gotten to use it. I'm so excited. I'm so sorry, everybody. I've totally forgotten until right exactly now. I will roll the machinery test though. But oh my gosh. Okay. Well, here's a fun thing. I'm so
Can I assist with that test?
Yeah,
I
both of you. So Porter's going to assist Eloise. Both of you are rolling machinery at a minus. Let's see, water in. It's gonna be a -5.
I'm already at a -2, and my skill value is 6. So I
you're not helping them, Porter.
I'm gonna go it strong.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, but what does quick fix actually do?
It allows you to do it in combat. I don't think it actually does anything else.
No.
The thing you're thinking of
Black Thumb.
Black Thumb is the thing that automatically restores 6 instead of 3 when
I have that.
you have Black Thumb?
Yeah.
It's a prerequisite as vehicle mechanic. If you have that, then yeah, you absolutely automatically heal 6 just by spending a machinery cube to fix up a vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys yelled at me so much because I had 13 extra talent points that I did buy this.
Good.
Yeah.
Very useful.
Well done, us.
I couldn't decide what I wanted to spend it on. Anyway.
You picked right.
I hedged, and that was the correct decision. Anyway, okay. So I'm rolling for 14s, which means it means that explodes. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that is 6 successes.
So 6 additional
Now you had to have gotten a reroll on that, right? Because you can't just get 6 successes on your roll. Just so you know, if you didn't know that.
I actually, thank you for confirming. I wasn't sure. But yeah, I did actually get a reroll on that.
Good. Just sometimes you gotta double check on those things.
Did explode. As long as Black Thumb doesn't raise my target.
No, it just
No.
the vehicle mechanic does, but Black Thumb just
Okay.
makes it do automatic.
That's what I do in this with my 1 hit point left. I fucking fix things.
Eloise, the damage is extensive. The situations are terrible. You're being tossed and turned around. You don't have your mag belt. The water is sloshing around you. There is literally a creature clawing at the head of Porter. But you get to work. You manage to kind of put yourself in there and you start slapping materials on there and your Omni tool gets to work. What you actually do, Eloise, is your Omni tool, you twist and activate an aspect of your Omni tool and parts of it like kind of extend out of your forearm, and as you put your knuckles against a part of the boat, little tiny bots shoot out like ping, 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 into the boat and start like welding and seaming themselves in to heal up that part of the boat. So you like slam that in, and then you like slam around, get in the water, get up, and then punch into the wall again, and ping, 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 ping. More little bots like drop in and start welding it up, and you realize like the situation is bad enough that you actually use your Omni tool to cut into the floorboard of this kind of common area to get into like the bottom hole, because like this is normally a thing you'd want to like control from the outside, but instead what you do is you sacrifice the integrity of that kind of like bubble of air that it exists in like the bottom of a boat, and you instead go like reach down in there and like shoot in a bunch of bots and then stand up and then seal that hole you made. As you like, because the Snollygoster, you know, like ripped a huge part of the boat from like almost like one end to the other, and a lot of that damage was like at the bottom of the boat, would normally need to be repaired from the outside, but you instead do it from the inside, and you do a significant amount of repairs, and it seems that the intake of water is a little bit more under control, though still incredibly uncomfortable. And with this, Dex, Yaz turns to you, a little bit still out of control of this thing, way off course. And she goes, we're going to belly up here in a minute. Drop the anchor.
Yeah, I do it.
And with you dropping the anchor and her kind of like steering to try and make it less of like a thing that would tug and rip the cable, you're able to actually, she does it, you drop the anchor, and she wraps around a tree and slams into the tree, and she is willingly going to crash this thing once more to stop it from totaling itself. And so everyone is going to take 16 damage again.
I take an injury.
I take an injury as well.
Oh shoot, I forgot how toughness works. This was not the way to go about it. That's fine.
Porter definitely takes an injury. You said 16 damage, right?
Yep.
Which means the damage of the thing, do I subtract? I don't know how, I've never asked this before now. Do I subtract my toughness, and that is what I roll for the class of the injury? Okay.
Yeah.
Doing that wrong for years.
You asked more or less this question like 4 episodes ago.
Oh, did I really?
Wait,
Yeah.
but your armor is busted, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have toughness, bro.
Yeah, same. I'm in the same boat, literally.
Well, thanks for that.
Yeah, you don't have toughness. Once your armor breaks, you lose all benefits that your armor would give you.
This is why Dex takes injuries all the time. His armor is giving him a dodge bonus.
Oh no, I've done it bad. Done it so bad.
Those
Dex
of you
is
who are taking
compromised.
injuries, okay, Dex, you're compromised. What's the effect of that?
It's -1 reliability on all tests.
Woof.
That's fine. We got a doctor on board. As long as he doesn't die, I'm fine.
No, he doesn't die, but he does get a head wound, which means that my awareness and reasoning get put down another point.
Hey, I'll give you a quick lunchroom swap. I'll offer you. I'll take your head wound if you take my fractured bone.
Oh no, because
no,
fractured bone is a
no.
negative to your muscle and finesse attributes.
No.
Just a quick 1-for-1 swap.
You guys
Roll
rolled
a
the
natural
worst
20.
ones for you.
Yeah.
I also rolled fractured bone.
Okay, so -1 to your muscle and finesse attributes. Gus and Eloise, you slam into the same corner, and what is like effectively like a mini fridge that was like really well bolted down breaks, snaps open, trays and contents fly out, but more importantly, the whole weight of the thing slams into both of you, like hits Eloise, knocks her out of the way, and slams directly into Gus, slamming him into the corner. And like Eloise, like your shoulder is like, you definitely feel like a break in your shoulder and collarbone, and Gus, like your ribs get like totally like fucked by this. You feel like a sharp pain when you breathe in too deep.
And we're like partially submerged in water that is rising.
It's not rising anymore, but it's gonna start rising. But Eloise prevented the rising for a bit. But yeah, you guys are about in waist high water.
Okay.
That was like before the first crash. It was like shin high and kept like raising up a little bit and then going down a little bit and like kind of averaged about shin height. But then when it was taking in water, got up to about waist height. Eloise stopped it for a minute. But now the boat has basically moored itself against a massive tree. As Yaz and Dex have done an amazing maneuver to like basically drop the anchor and then use the anchor to wrap around a tree so that this thing is like tied around a tree. But it did deal a lot of damage, and the water continues to come in. Yaz lets go of the helm, slams open the shutter, runs down, and I'm gonna go ahead and say, just for the sake of us not having to roll dice, with Eloise is able to stop the boat from taking any more water. Like, you guys heal enough so that the boat's not taking in water, but it is now stationary and secure against a tree in this storm. And that's when Yaz shouts, we're abandoning ship, everyone up the tree.
Okay, all right.
And she swings open like a footlocker and grabs the device and runs up, slams it against the tree, and starts cranking it out as a retractable ladder and footbridge just makes its way up to a massive, huge like branch in the like near the base of this tree, like relatively near. It's very high up. We're looking at something around like 20 to 30 feet tall. Up this tree. Well, that's from the water. So like from the water's already really high up. So this thing, the branch is like way high up.
Does the ladder get all the way there?
The ladder gets about there. The ladder gets about like 8 or so feet. From the boat to this branch.
I will use my survival kit to just like rope and pythons up the last 8 feet and get up there.
Cool. Yeah, she gets it up there. You climb up immediately and start and like make a connecting point. The boat is like rustling and rocking against this tree, but it's nice and secure. She's like slapped the cable in. You basically have the anchor completely wrapped around this massive tree. This branch that is reaching out is huge. Like, you all can easily just stand on top of this thing, but probably not in like the wind and the rain and everything. It's not like, just like, oh, this is easy. But like, if the conditions were perfect, you could comfortably, as far as if you were okay with heights, you could comfortably walk along this tree branch. It's that big. This thing has like 3 to 5 feet of totally like traversable, like side to side space that like isn't even really feeling like a slope to anyone.
Like, we all sit on it in a line, like that picture of the skyscraper workers.
Yeah.
That really famous one.
So you all get up there, and then to stop from the chance of her ladder breaking, Yaz retracts the ladder up to the top. All of you, because you had forewarning, are able to grab all your stuff fine, because you kind of like packed everything up. Nothing is left behind in the boat. The boat is also not actually destroyed. It is just on this torrent of water. And you are now sitting on this massive tree branch that reaches out and splits into several other branches of a neighboring tree, kind of making this intertwined like lower canopy. The rain continues to fall. You are all soaking wet. Thankfully, maybe it is all warm. The rain itself is not like, you're not like sitting there shivering and like dying from the warmth, though. Like, your hands are pruning, and like, like the effects of being in water for a significant amount of time are like taking place. But like beyond that, like, you aren't like having to suffer anything there. And that's when Yaz, like kind of panting, looks at the four of you and goes, all right, well, I guess we wait this out.
I don't see many other options. I'm sorry about your boat, guys. Do you think the Ritz is going to make it?
Honestly, she's in better shape than I expected. I suppose I have some of you to thank for that.
Well, thanks for bringing us out here.
Yeah. I mean, once the storm's over, I mean, it's probably we're way off course here. We're on land, so it's gonna be stuck here maybe for a minute, but it ain't destroyed, and that's something.
Hey, we ain't close enough that we could continue on foot, could we?
I need a little more information about where you're going there, she says, like giving Porter like a glance. You see any markers?
Porter makes a show of looking out. If there are any markers out there, they're under the water right now.
Right. Well, maybe not. But at the very least, we ain't going on foot right now. We got to just camp up here for the night and hope this gets a little lighter.
We could, if y'all want to continue on foot.
In this,
Yeah.
I think that's a very bad idea.
I can
Alright.
barely see the river. I mean, I know PJ's not at 100% right now, but I think he needs a nap.
Yeah, no worries.
Say
Yeah,
PJ?
No, that's fine. I can't believe you've sat on PJ for this long. It's incredible.
Did you point at Toto when you said it?
No, point at himself.
No, he's pointing at himself.
Oh.
He's out of it.
Porter
right
Janus
now.
is PJ.
You point at your head. You do see Porter points at his head, and Toto is still there, replacing Porter's hat.
Actually, I got a splitting head. Ow! What? Oh, I forgot about Toto. Yeah. All right. Hey, it's okay. There, you little piece.
I turned to Yaz. Is it safe to start a fire up here?
Yeah, absolutely.
I assume my survival kit has
Yeah.
something from the space future to start a fire and
Yeah.
then cover it from the rain.
Between you and Yaz, at least, you guys are able to make some rudimentary structure here to protect you from the rain and get a fire going. It's kind of a weird sensation because you know that you are very high up, because like the water's already risen up above the ground level a bunch, and then there was another like 20 to 30 feet between the boat, like on the water level, to this branch. And this branch itself, you had to kind of climb up the side of. So this branch itself is massive. So you're even elevated even higher above that. You see this absolute destruction of this like muddy, like rushing water pouring down past you. You see broken branches and other plants uprooted, just flowing down south. But this little camp you make is relatively calm and safe, especially in comparison. As you're able to kind of protect yourself, the natural canopy, like the extra branches and canopy above you, helps lessen the rain in your particular area here against the trunk of this massive, huge, like mega tree. And then the extra like structures you make it so like it's really like not even that bad as far as rainfall where you're sitting, and you have the warmth of the fire, and you're able to cook a little bit of food and like kind of sit there and camp on this huge tree branch, a good 50 to 60 or even higher feet above the ground.
Might surprise you. Dex pretty good with precarious heights.
Yeah.
Is there any way I could climb up this tree and get any sort of vantage point or viewpoint, see if we're within seeing distance, or is the canopy and the branches too thick?
Probably the canopy and branches are too thick. You could get a vantage point on more of the stuff around you. You probably, I think Eloise kind of described what she saw when she saw the castle. You don't think that you're like right in the region of it, that you're just going to spot it immediately. The canopy is a little too thick for that. It's possible, but the risk probably seems less worth the opportunity. Though climbing up would give you a vantage point on more of what's going on around you to a degree, so there's that if you want it. But as far as finding like the Legionnaires' Hall by going up this tree, seems unlikely.
Yeah, just wanted to 100% of the shots you don't take and all that.
Yeah.
I will like get a vantage a little bit. I can climb, but my ribs may be cracked, but you don't need your ribs to climb. I mean, you probably do, but Gus can power through.
Okay. Yeah. Gus, this is going to be it's going to be either a gymnastics test or an athletics test at a minus, we're going to say 4.
What? Is athletics not climbing?
It's a varying degree. Basically, there's a lot of jumping. Like you have to do like a little bit of both.
Oh, sure,
So
sure,
if
sure.
you're using
It's
athletics,
less like rock climbing, it's more platforming.
yeah, and so you can use athletics to achieve the same effect, but it's harder because it means you have to hold on to these surfaces longer.
Yeah, it's like Zelda has a stamina bar, but in Assassin's Creed, you can just sort of wend your way up
Right.
the various things in Verona.
And the design of this lends itself more to Assassin's Creed than Zelda.
So I'm totally on board. I get it 100%, and I love it. I've talked myself right into it. That is 4 successes.
Yeah, you do it. It's wet, pouring rain. Water is actually like legitimately coming down this tree trunk. And you are able to like not even like super like quickly and deftly like hop from like massive tree branch to like large tree branch and like swing your way around to get yourself elevation. You literally just like grab onto what is also extremely thick bark on this tree and like dig your hands in, and your grip strength is enough that like even the fact that water is pouring by you is not enough, and the strength of this tree is not degraded enough by the water that like anything's breaking, as you just kind of are like climbing up this thing and pulling yourself up, and you actually get a decent amount higher. You said how many successes?
4.
Yeah, you get like another like 30 to 40 feet above everybody. And like
Cool.
the branches you're on here are like about equal size as what they're on, but potentially a little bit bigger even.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
The top canopy, like the actual top of the Heartwood forest, is still hundreds of feet above you.
Jeez. Can I find a branch with like say like a bird's nest on it that I can like take a couple steps out and like kneel and like get a nice cinematic shot of what's around me?
No, but but you can, like, you do have a pretty good vantage point up there. Are you looking for anything in particular?
I mean, certainly his first look is for any sign of the Legionnaire Hall or really any civilization out here, any signs of people. But otherwise, like bad animals or either bad animals or like resources we could use, like if something looks like food or something.
Sure.
But I think in that order is guild hall, threats, resources.
Yeah, go ahead and roll and observe. We're gonna put it at a -6.
Now, see, this is what I was afraid of. Could I have borrowed somebody's something?
Only if you want to flash back.
Ah, I was planning on it. I was planning on borrowing it, but I didn't want to. Okay.
I mean, you could do the thing that I didn't want to do to sort of like steal your cool climbing moment, which was meet you up there.
Yeah, with your jetpack.
No, he's got wall running. It's pretty easy for him to climb.
Oh, I mean, sure. I mean, I've got wall walker. If we want to use our stuff, that's fine. But you want to use stuff? I was gonna let us all walk on the water, all 5 of us. But no, it's too bad right now.
It'd be like walking on a treadmill is the problem.
Great, Gus would love the workout.
It's going sideways.
Great, Gus loves that OK Go music video. Okay. This is interesting. I will go it strong. To count this 10, which explodes. Oh, but I can reroll this. Got a 10 and an 8. But I also misfired.
Okay. So Gus, you're walking around, you're trying to get a sense of things. You have how many successes? 2?
2.
You can see the fire below where your friends are kind of recuperating. You can tell that what you were able to tell is you're way off course, right? Like there's thick vegetation northward as far as you can see. And you know that like the river at least could kind of be marked by the fact that like trees weren't growing out of the middle of it. And like what you're seeing ahead of you is like trees and plants and vegetation poking out of the water. As far as you can see, like you guys are like way off course. You got swept super off course. You also are able to start to see that while you are off course to the south, you definitely see that the terrain around here is rockier than normal. And so you assume that you're reaching that, while you may or may not know, like, have the information to do so, you notice that the terrain you're going into is like kind of rockier terrain that is kind of unmapped in the eastern Heartwood forest. And I don't know. I guess Porter maybe didn't have a chance to share with everyone like the information that Yaz gave about the fact that, like, at a certain point the Flagstone River becomes too small.
Probably not. He's not worried about it.
Yeah. So you don't have that extra information, Gus, but you do notice that, like, the like kind of shape of the land around here has become rockier. You notice that, like, a lot of water breaking up against the rock. And with your 2 successes, you also notice one other thing, and that is the far away, but not super far away. It's like a few trees over on a distant branch. You notice something and you think, like, is that someone else? Is that an animal? What's going on? And you look and kind of wait as, like, the, like, rain is, like, pelting around your face and everything, and you get, like, a good sense of it. And you see what it's some kind of creature. You're not 100% sure. It could be a Workin, could be an accidental hound, could be something else. Judging by, like, the distance and size, it's hard to say for sure, but it seems to be dead. You see, like, just like glimpses of, like, the light against the light, like some bone. There's a dead animal, like a carcass, in the tree branches far away from you.
Huh. I feel like animals don't typically die in trees and then stay there. Like, if they die in a tree, they'll fall. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask my friends about it. Maybe I'll get the doc to look at my ribs. All right. Well, time to stop talking to yourself, Gus. Let's get back down.
And on the way down, you take a small fall, a fall that is enough to incur damage, but small enough that it's probably not a lot of damage. You do have to roll gymnastics, though. What's definitely going to happen is you're not going to fall in a way that means you might miss the branch that your friends are on and, like, fall all the way down into the water. That's not happening. But you are falling in, like, you're taking a bit of a hard fall. Basically, on your way down, enough of the, like, rainfall has damaged enough of the bark that, like, part of it breaks and you tumble down, like, the last little bit.
I take the injury hard fall. It's a gymnastics test?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's a success. I got a success.
Hey, okay, sweet. You take 5 damage.
Great. That's less good. That hurts quite a bit.
Yeah, you fall down about 10 feet and you're like, oh no, and you turn your body and slam onto
It's right on the ribs.
It's like all the wind gone, and you can't get any more breath in for, like, a good, like, 15 seconds. You're just like, you're like telling your body, you have enough time to think to yourself, breathe in, and then finally your body's like,
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys get to camp here for a little bit.
Yeah. I come back down. I relay the information. I ask for help.
All right, come on over to Doc PJ. He'll help you out. Doc PJ, PhD. No, wait. MD? Whatever.
MD, I think.
Yeah. Doc.
Wait,
Give me those ribs. Come here.
Is that a new thing you're doing, Porter? PJ? That's great.
No.
If I can be honest with you, PJ's really good. I like it.
I actually, nobody's called me PJ in a long time. I just, I forgot that I hated it. No, PJ's great. I love, give me those ribs.
Okay. All right. Well, now I don't know whether to call you PJ or not. Did, like, bad people call you PJ?
No.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay. Ribs time, I think.
As Dr. Porter Janus gets into position to assist Gus with his injuries and damage, I'm going to go ahead and say that's where we're going to take our break. We're going to take a little bit of break here. I got about 10:25 on the clock, Central Time, so we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a 15-minute break. Porter, you're going to get a grit from the pack walk. before you roll any dice to heal Gus. And now you have 3 grit, which does mean you can downgrade a misfire. So fuck yeah, Packwalk. All right, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. We're gonna be back here around 10:40 Central Time. We'll see you guys there. Refresh your drinks. Speculate as to what that dead carcass in the trees means. Who knows what's going to happen next? Not me, certainly.
It's probably
That's a problem.
And we're back.
Yeah.
So, anyone who's just joining us now, our drifters have been on the Flagstone River on their way to the elusive guild hall of the Legionnaires of Astoria. However, they were hit with some really bad weather, which caused basically a flood through the Heartwood forest. And their ship was launched astray and ran off course quite a bit, slammed into a few trees, but through the efforts of these drifters, the vehicle was not entirely destroyed. And they are now camped here on a massive branch in the Heartwood forest, waiting for the storm to calm down enough that maybe they can either sail further or find some other means to reach their destination. Gus went up north a little bit, and then not north, up the tree a little bit, and then toppled down right there at the end, took a little bit of damage. And that's where we left off. So you guys have the night, unfortunately, with the rain and the truly like horrendous conditions of this effective like massive storm that have hit this part of the Heartwood forest. No one is receiving a full rest tonight, but you can all take a breather and gain 2 hit points back. But just
And 2 more because you're hanging out with me.
Yeah, you all get 4 hit points back. As you have just terrible conditions. Like, you have enough space on this tree branch that you don't have to like fall off of it, but you are quite high. The winds and rain are hefty. The tree branch itself, while accommodating to the size of your group, is not particularly comfortable to lay on for extensive periods of time. Everything's bad, everything's wet, everything sucks.
So on my character sheet, I have, so first of all, can I take my resilience roll before we rest?
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Okay.
it's not a rest. It's important to
Or
note
before
you're not
we-
taking a rest.
Before nighttime happens?
Yes.
Whatever.
I would like to do the same.
Okay, so
I got 2 hit points back.
Okay.
wait, how many negatives might I have? 1.
And if there's time, Porter's going to try and treat any wounds that he can.
I'm assuming you don't want to like forego sleeping a little bit through the night. While you're not getting effectively a rest, you do still need sleep. To avoid fatigue damage from like staying up all night and also potentially affecting the ability for your friends to sleep because you'll be treating them. Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and say you can treat 2 classes of injury with no problem, and you can treat 4 classes of injury if you forego your own breather.
I will 2 classes as in I can treat 2 people, right?
No, like 2 class 1 injuries or a class 2 injury. I assume I'm interpreting.
That is the correct interpretation.
But if I need to treat a class 3 injury, I won't be able to do that.
Unless you wanted to forego your breather, and then you would get basically.
I won't forego the breather.
Okay.
It can hold to the morning, hopefully. And then I'm no longer suffering from the side effects. It was a short-lived effect, the disoriented. I'm out of the woods there. Is that right?
Yeah, at this point, yeah, for sure.
I think I don't know. I have class 2 injuries. I don't know if anyone else has class 2.
I don't have the class 2 injury, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say everyone else is a higher priority to treat, but I think I'm the only one you can treat and still sleep.
I also have a healing tonic with a mystery side effect that I got from Brimstone. And all it says is healing tonic, parentheses, Brimstone, 1 side effect.
I meant full HP, so that'd be for somebody else.
It's for me.
We lost Roman for a second, but now he's back.
My dang chair. I'm back.
He's good. He's good. He's good.
So I don't know what tier it is or what the side effects are, just that it came from Brimstone. So if you don't want me to take that right now because we don't know what it is, that's fine. But I still am down 6 hit points. So I'd like maybe more hit points than that.
Maybe rather than taking a mystery tonic, I can give you a tier 2 that I have that just gives you bad luck.
Okay, that's fine. I will take that and have bad luck.
Or, you can have, let's see, do I have another one?
No. Bad luck is better for me than for you, so that's fine.
That it really is.
Okay. Okay, so I have full hit points. Can I how much can I achieve for healing armor?
You have enough time to fix up 5 people's armor. I mean, if you roll really badly, then maybe it will take extra time. But
Okay.
no, my estimation, knowing your skill set, is you have enough time to fix up to 5 people's armor and still take your breather.
Okay. My armor gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 3, so 8 points.
Expended machinery cube.
Yeah, I am.
Porter, were you rolling first aid?
Oh yeah, I was.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Gus? That is 8 hit points for you. Porter?
Armor points.
Armor points. That is 8 points for you.
Lovely.
Dex, do you need it?
I don't.
Okay. And does Yaz need it?
No, she's fixed her own stuff.
Okay. So it's just 3 cubes I have to spend. Okay. Okay.
I only needed 1 success, but I did get 4. So
Cool.
your tier 2 should be, your class 2 should be healed.
I am no longer compromised. I'm only exhausted.
Cool. So you guys kind of set up camp, repair some armor. Porter takes a look at Dex. Everyone's kind of recovering a little bit. It's rough, but as night falls, you do hear the like storm letting up a little bit. It's still raining, but it's not as bad. And once the morning comes, everyone kind of had like a rough time sleeping through the night. But you get enough shut-eye to like feel relatively rested, but you're all still kind of feeling the aches and burn from yesterday. And morning comes, a little bit of light restores to what is ultimately usually a pretty dark forest. And you can tell that the rain is not coming down as hard as it was before. And you can see that the water below, Dex, I'll go ahead and say that you can tell that it's lowered a little bit. And then the rest of you can tell without like really having to try, like the flow of it has also calmed down a little bit. So like it does seem like potentially the flood is beginning to recede. It is bright in the morning. Yaz is sitting there, like kind of like assessing the situation as she like cooks a little bit of food. What's everyone up to this morning in particular? Like, if anything, you don't have to be up to anything in particular. It's just if anyone had anything they wanted to achieve, like as soon as they woke up, I wanted to give them an opportunity.
Nothing to achieve. I think Porter's, just to give his mind, his adult brain, something to do is, oh no, he needs to heal people first. Now that it's the next day, I think he's going to take a look at Gus's injuries.
Okay. Gus, what injuries do you have?
Busted ribs, fractured bone, class 3.
Yeah, Porter, if you want to take a swing at that, go for it.
Oof. That's 3 successes, which is 1 more than I need with Doctor.
That's exactly what you need with the doctor. Most people need 4 to succeed.
Perfect.
Yeah, but you get an automatic one with doctor, which means you got 4. Yeah, Gus, you wake up in the morning, Porter goes and checks on you. You have a lot of bruising. It's bad. And Porter like inserts what looks like kind of like acupuncture needles into like parts of your like abdomen, and like you're expecting them to hurt. They are very unsettling as you see them come out, but like it's weird because it's not pain, it's like a pressure that you feel.
I can't feel those, Doc. Is that good or bad?
That's good. That's fine. They're going where they need to go. It should help you stitch up a little bit.
And then he like an almost imperceptible little like thing gets screwed onto the end of each of these needles, and then he turns on a part of his med kit, and it like whirs and like makes like a couple like strange noises, and you feel like this like the pressure build in your ribs, and you feel like you don't quite hear, but you feel like things snapping into place as like basically he's like touched these needles directly against your ribs, and they're like creating this kind of substance that is like pulling them back into the place they need to be. It's like painful. It knocks the breath out of you again, but like it's less painful than it is incredibly like oppressively uncomfortable. Like there's a massive weight on your chest, even though you're just like sitting there. And then really quickly, just Porter pulls the needles out, and you can take a breath, Gus, and it doesn't hurt.
I'll be. That's a new one. That was wild.
Yeah, just be don't careful laying down on that side. It won't stop you from healing, but it might, put a little indention in the ribs. It might feel weird.
Gotcha. Well, thanks. Appreciate it.
While they're doing that, can I is there enough space to maneuver around Porter, not to Porter, to Dix?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we walking?
Maybe. The river's starting to go down, and I'm guessing just based on the amount of trees I'm seeing around here that we a bit of a ways inland. So once it recedes, that and he looks down at the Ritz, that might be beached.
Okay. Because I was thinking, I didn't sleep very well last night, but I was thinking basically that like we kind of have like 2 options. We could wait for the water to go down to see like where the river is, and then over the course of like maybe a day or 2, I could carry it back to the river. Or I could start salvaging it if we're walking. Then we don't lose any time or materials. Because if it's far away from the river, it's not.
Yeah.
There isn't.
That's not my call to make.
Is it? The captain, ladies.
That's Yaz's. Whether or not we're walking, that I'm not sure of yet. But whether or not we should salvage the boat, that's Yaz's call.
Can you?
I can ask her if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll shimmy over to Yaz.
Okay. I run away. And by that I mean carefully move over closer to
You did a
her.
hell of a good job out there, kid.
Thanks. I don't have a great sense, but it seems like we're pretty far inland.
Yeah, a bit. I think not as far as we could have gone, but definitely quite a bit away from the river. And looks like the water's starting to go down a little bit. We're not careful, the Ritz is going to end up just stuck here.
But you think it is within our power to get it back on the river?
Maybe. I don't know the depth from between here and the river. We were riding a pretty harsh wave on the way down here, right? So there's a chance that between here and the river, it gets shallow enough that the Ritz is stuck no matter what. A lot of guesswork in this situation.
Eloise has brought up the point that if we are going on foot the rest of the way, she could start salvaging the Ritz now and recover as much material as possible.
How tall are you, Dex?
Like 5'10".
Okay, yeah. So Yaz is shorter than you. So she kind of like stands up and like puts her hands on her on her belt and like squares up against you. And while she has to look up to look at you, like she is somewhat imposing, given her like her stature and the ferocity she has within her. And she goes, "You're telling me that little city dweller over there is thinking that she's gonna take her tool and rip apart my boat? So what? We have enough materials to maybe make our way up to the river in a little bit of a better advantage?"
I told her it was your call.
You're damn right it's my call. It's a damn good idea. We should definitely do that. Absolutely. We could make canoes. We could use those materials. Hell, we could probably make a good way along the treetops. I mean, the Caledon, bro, they hardly ever touch the ground.
Okay, I'll let her know. I come back to Eloise. Yeah, you can start taking apart the boat.
Okay. So I think there was like a lot of adrenaline when we were coming up here, but like my arms were broken. Do you think you could help me go down? Maybe?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. With Dex assisting you and with the retractable ladder and footbridge of Yaz.
set up my my armor to just like be sort of like a splint kind of.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You just push the nanotech up into your shoulder to give you a little more support. Yeah, she's got like a bigger pauldron than usual. Yeah. Yaz actually accompanies you down. So Yaz uses her retractable ladder and footbridge to make a connection back to the boat. The three of you are able to make your way down to the boat. And between Eloise and Yaz, you guys start salvaging the heck out of this. Eloise?
Uh-huh.
You can take a... Oh my god. You can take a +4 to this machinery test to salvage.
Okay.
Yaz rolled well.
That's like a 21. 'Cause I'm so good. Oh man, there were like a couple real good days in Las Brasas where this is remind me of that a little bit because I just got to anyway. So 17's just explode, right? If my target is high
Yep.
enough.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Let's see how we do. No, you did not, dice. Okay, wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hits.
Okay.
8 successes. I rolled 2 17s.
Cool. You get double checking.
Wait, if I like twist the knife once or twice, does it do anything?
I will tell you right now, if you twist the knife, you will get the maximum amount of supplies
Yes,
you're able to get.
I would
here.
like that.
Yeah.
Spin my grit.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I love rolling at things that I'm good at. I never get to.
You absolutely, like, you were 1 away from just getting the maximum amount. All right, you get 9 machinery cubes out of this thing.
Ka-chow. And also, I like take the plank that's like got the Ritz written on it, or like a little like the plate that's on the steering wheel or whatever, and like something that looks important and sentimental, and I take it and I like so it's like intact.
Sure. And then Yaz like takes whatever materials she can have, she can get out of like the ship itself, like just stuff that's stored there, and like bundles it up as much as she can. You guys are able to take all of those raw materials. If you want, you are able to like get ready to take those up the ladder to the treetop. But Yaz does point out, like, so what's the plan here? Are we making canoes and moving along the shallow water back to the river? I mean, we ain't too far from the point where we're gonna hit the rapids, and that's a whole nother thing. I mean, the Ritz was never gonna be able to make that way, and your buddy up there, PJ or whatever wants to call himself, I mean, he said he would know, he'd see some signs or something. He said he ain't seen nothing. So we're about to hit the canyon, and we're gonna need the smaller boats.
Looking for?
He said markers. He was looking for markers that people left behind. Look, I ain't trying to nose into your business or whatever, but
no,
whatever you're looking for is probably in the canyon.
Special. No, we're just looking. There's like a big castle, and there's like, and we're going there. It's on the river.
That, I mean, I ain't ever heard nothing about a castle, right? What? I
It's
assumed
like
y'all were
mostly
picking up.
hidden behind the trees.
You know, Eloise, she said we're gonna have to like go into the canyon. You know that the castle resides in a canyon.
Oh, yeah, the canyon is where we're going. It's the castle's like in the canyon. Like under the cover of some trees.
All right. Fine. I assumed you was picking something up or something, but
No, we're dropping something off, actually.
at a cast. You know what?
It's like
Canyon.
maybe a
We gotta-
fortress, but it's like
We're going to we're going in the
I just
canyon.
like tap Eloise on the shoulder. You're
that.
fine.
It's the
I think-
universal sign for Eloise. Be quiet right now. So I will do that.
Yeah, canyon. We're going into a canyon. We're going into the canyon.
Mhm.
Right. All right. Well, we was going to need to make canoes to do that anyway. So we can do that now and sail our way through this water. It's going to be kind of tough. It's going to be tiring work. I mean, we're going against stream here. Or we could make them later if you want to go along the treetops. That's the best way to get closer to the river.
Let's take the trees then.
All right. Well, let's haul this stuff up then.
Okay.
As a quick aside to Eloise, you were doing totally fine. Additional information was just going to confuse her, I think.
Oh, okay. I didn't know Porter knew extra stuff.
I don't think he does. I think he's just trying to keep us safe.
Oh.
I don't know that it's necessary.
Okay. I don't. She's big and intimidating and stuff, but like we're paying her and probably gonna pay her more at the end, right? So we're paying her pretty good.
I didn't want to. Porter knows people, right? He knows how to deal with people who deal in money.
Sure. I was just gonna give her a bunch of money.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't often find myself in a position to hire someone to do a thing.
Yeah, that's nice. I thought we were gonna buy a boat, and I was pretty excited to make it better. But this one was like, until now, pretty good. It didn't really have any space for any improvements, except for cosmetic. Anyway, can you help me? This
I
ladder
can.
is so hard.
Yeah, you're able to haul your salvage up the ladder. +1 grit to Eloise from Argitlam, saying, "At long last, I can repay you the grit for kind of, sort of, accidentally killing you immediately in Among Us that one time."
I forgive you. All is forgiven.
And you make your way back up, and then you guys are able to break down camp, and Yaz is like, yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of being able to mark the tree branches that are going to be good for traversing. And honestly, I mean, these things, they are ancient, these massive trees, and sometimes you gotta climb up, sometimes you gotta climb down, but they mostly intertwine. I mean, the Caledon, bro, it's a tribe in this area. They almost only traverse along the trees. They only touch the ground when they absolutely have to. So I say we go that way.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
And she leads you along, and you guys are able to start making your way kind of first a little eastward and then a little northward as you start making your way towards where you believe the river roughly resides in its original state. There's still water moving along below you, but you know, that's a whole different thing. +1 grit to Eloise from Laura the Bard, though.
Thank you. You guys are so nice.
And at this point, I need everyone to go ahead and roll an observe test.
Oh, good. I can do that.
Gus, I'm going to give you a +2 on this.
My Gustafer Gurley, you got a bonus.
I told everyone
but
else
you know
what
what?
I saw. I don't know
But
if
you
that
know what,
applies.
everybody? Each of you can take 2 more grit.
Hey,
That's
oh,
2
no.
grit to Dex,
Oh,
2
yay.
grit to
You know,
Eloise,
is
no.
it an option? I could.
2 grit to
I'm confused.
Porter,
I can't. I don't need it. Okay.
2 grit to
No.
Gus. I'm gonna go ahead and go down 8 grit. As I bamboozle each of you twice. So Gus, you are at a no modifier to your observe, and everyone else is at a -2.
I just want to point out, I told everyone this would happen. No.
I'm just spending the grit y'all gave me.
I did tell everyone about what I saw up there. I don't know if that's why I'm getting a bonus.
That is why you're getting a bonus, but I don't think you had time.
It's what I said. Okay.
Well, Porter doesn't see shit.
You're up against a 9.
Dang. Well, I have an 8.
Okay.
I have a 4.
Porter's got nothing. Eloise.
Nothing.
I have a 12, but I misfired.
12, but you misfired. Okay. Perfect. So, Dex
I only have the 112.
and Eloise, you get a defense test against this.
Okay.
And then
Can I see this creature? Or attacker? It matters for a talent I possess.
you got 1 success, so you do in the last moment see it coming enough that you can make this defense test.
Okay.
Everyone else,
If it's targeting me, I have cover. So if it's an attack that targets multiple people in which I am included, it takes the -1 for
Okay.
everything.
Yep. And Porter, you also need to roll a defense test.
Oh, lovely. Is this a dodge?
Yeah, it's a defense test, so it can be deflect, dodge, whatever.
Anything but probably melee, unless it is melee.
Unless it's throwing a sword at you.
Porter, you are at a -6 for this defense test.
Lovely.
Eloise and Dex, no modifier.
I got a 16.
You got the 16 even with the -2?
You said no modifier.
Well, sorry, I bamboozled you, right? I bamboozled you
You
too.
bamboozled the observe.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, right. Wait, did you guys roll the observe and we not resolve it?
No, we
No,
did.
I got a misfire on the observe, but I
Eloise
also
got a
got a
12.
12.
And it was a 9. Yeah, okay.
That's 0. Yeah.
We're moving on.
Wait, I'm not rolling a defense test, right?
You are not rolling a defense test.
Cool. I'm just hanging out.
Y'all are up against a 12.
Well, I rolled a 2, if that helps at all.
It doesn't.
Fine.
Dex has a 16. Porter has a 2.
I have a 13, but I did misfire.
What is happening?
Wait, you double misfired? You misfired on the observe and the defense test?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Eloise is going in the drink.
Probably at this point.
So what happens here is you guys are moving in, and you guys are keeping a lookout, and Gus, you see a thing that you saw last night a little bit later. It's different. You've headed a little bit north at this point. You see another, it's not a carcass. It's more bone than anything else in a tree, like several trees over from you. You just see like a small, like a little bit of bones, and like it catches your eye because you saw the other carcass before, and you're like, what the fuck is going on here?
All these bones in the trees.
And that
Trees
makes
have
you
bones?
stop as everyone else walks forward a little bit. And that's when Eloise and Dex, you see not only movement, but a little bit of light off to the side. And you both turn in time to see something in a tree nearby you. Not really like, it's hard to say a tree, like a different tree, because it's a branch that intersects with the one you're on. And Porter, you're just completely not ready. But you are right next to Eloise and Dex. As Yaz turns back to you, Gus, and is like, what about Bones? And the rest of the party walks like, 5 paces further. And like she steps over and you're like pointing and she's like, oh shit. And then and then there's a crackling sound followed by a and Eloise and Dex have just enough time to see a splinter cat
Ooh.
on the other tree branch before it becomes literal a bolt of lightning that launches forward, smashes into you, and breaks part of the tree branch you're on. Enough that the part where Dex in Porter on dips downward, basically using the weight of the tree branch it intertwines with to keep itself upward. Eloise, however, I'm going to give you a gymnastics test, Eloise. But I'm going to give you, because it wasn't a grave misfire, I'm going to give you a +6 on this gymnastics test.
Okay.
Are you about to roll 1 die with no reroll?
And bad luck.
Oh.
Hey, you have a lot of grit, right?
I have some grit, yeah.
You should make your own luck a lot right now.
Dan's not wrong. If you make your own luck 4 times right now, the chance of you rolling a misfire is much reduced.
Yeah, okay. I will. Oh, God, I do need to make it all 4, don't I?
You could.
No, because it's 18, 19s, and 20s. It's got to be all 4 to roll 5 dice.
Oh,
Right?
yeah, I mean, to roll 5 dice, but the misfire is 2 20s on 4 dice and 5 dice.
It's not 20s.
Or, sorry, the misfire.
Oh, doesn't change.
The
Right.
amount
okay.
of bad dice doesn't change, but
You have an additional
this,
die.
yeah,
Right.
extra die is nice and fun.
No, I mean, I'm rolling for, even with a +6, I'm rolling for 13s. So,
All right, you make your own luck 4 times?
I make my own luck 3 times.
3 times. I adjusted the numbers and you do this to me? Do this to me?
Uh-oh.
Taking this tonic was absolutely the worst possible decision that I could make.
We should have done the mystery one.
Okay, well, I have 2 successes.
Okay.
With a 13 and a 4.
It's unopposed.
But I did roll an 18 and a 19.
The 13 explodes.
The 13 explodes, but it doesn't change what's going on.
Yeah, but you get more successes, maybe.
It's a 10, so that is a success.
Okay, cool. A lot of things happen all at once. As happens when you're struck by literal lightning in the form of a splinter cat. Look at this. Look at this boy. Look at this regal
He's
boy.
so cute, though.
It's my favorite of the numerous cats on Manifest.
It's my favorite manifestian cat as well.
I mean, look at it. Look at that beautiful creature.
Yeah.
When I was a youngin, I threw my first master ball at a ponyta because I was like, a horse on fire, that's got to be the best one. The Splinter Cat looks like that for Manifest.
It has like a nickname. It's like it's deemed as royalty. It's like the king of the jungle or something like that because of it has the crown.
Also, what happens in this 3 strikes you're out scenario.
So Dex and Eloise see this thing on the ground. The light catches your eye, and you see it on the branch. It's like low to the branch. Its tail is up, and the electricity that courses through its body like generates forward and back. And then when it comes forward again, the cat disappears, and this massive like creature with like hard like spines up and down its body, this huge crown like horns on its head, disappears and gives way to a literal bolt of lightning that launches forward and slams into the tree where you are, shattering the wood. And Eloise, you avoid the damage. You succeeded on the defense test. But you are on a part, you dive like to a part of the branch that does shatter, and you tumble downward. Dex, you also avoid it. You dive forward into the spot where the tree branch is kind of like a little less sturdy. Porter, you got what was it? Not a good number? A 9? A 2? It was a 2.
You're muted, Seth.
Oh, I actually clicked it and it muted me. I was unmuted that whole time. Anyway.
It was a 2, right?
Right, it was a 2.
You take 18 damage.
Right, so I take another injury there.
You also are going to be at -1 for your actions going forward. We're about to roll initiative, but you're going to have a -1 moving forward.
Great.
I activate Sixth Sense, please.
Yeah, absolutely. You're falling. You have time. Sure, go for it.
So Eloise is for sure falling right now?
Yes. Eloise rolled so many misfires.
Yeah, cool. Okay. I would like to flashback.
Okay.
Or actually, I have a question. Somebody here has a grapple gun, right? Or am I misremembering that?
I definitely don't.
Oh, here's what it is. I flashback.
Kit had a grapple gun.
Cool. I flashback. It's like right after we salvaged everything. Looking at all these cubes. You know what would be really useful up here? A grappling gun. Can you build that?
Oh, yeah, I might have enough. Hold on. I gotta look at the crafting code. I do, but it will take literally all of the supplies that we have, because I'll have to convert a couple of these into a tech cube.
You also know that it will take you at minimum a day and a half to make it.
It will
Oh, sorry, never mind. We flashback to here, and you go, no, that's too long, and then the flashback keeps moving back. We only paused here for a second. We're back at the peak.
Sure.
We're back at the peak. I've just become Warden Bailey. I've acquired a lot of new authority. I'm talking to one of the stewards. Do you know what I've always wanted, Austin? A grappling gun. I don't really need it, but I think they're neat. We just have one around that I could have.
I mean, probably. I can check and see what we have supply wise. Yeah.
I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, Warden.
Thanks, Austin.
And he goes to the quartermaster, and then before you guys leave, he's Warden Bailey. I checked with the quartermaster. We did have an extra one if you think you need it. And he holds out a grapple gun for you.
Never know. And I take the grappling gun.
Flash back to you saying it to Eloise, and she's like, it's going to take too long. You're like, haha.
Right, I've had one this whole time.
Right. Well, what we didn't know was this flashback was the setup. And then time rushes forward. As I dive forward onto the further thing, reach down, draw a grappling gun, and I shoot Eloise with a grappling gun.
Okay. So you're trying to have the grappling gun on your person. Yes and no. The flashback will not stop Eloise from taking damage from a fall. She will hit one.
I'm just trying to stop her from falling into the water and being swept away.
Yeah, all the way. Yeah. She's going to hit like a tree branch, and then she would have toppled off that tree branch, but you're able to shoot.
No. That's fine. Eloise can take damage. I'm trying to not lose Eloise in the jungle. Porter's here to keep Eloise alive. I'm here to keep her in proximity.
It's like the end of that one Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie, but not like that at all.
Dude,
Not like at all.
That so viscerally affected me. I still think about that.
It's rough.
It's a range test at a minus.
A -4. It's a -4.
And sorry, that was 18 for Porter.
Porter, you take 18 damage, no armor piercing from the lightning pounce.
With toughness, because my armor is back. That's just a class 3. I'm fine.
Yeah, take a class 3 injury. Eloise, what did you get on your gymnastics? Any successes?
You're muted on Discord.
I didn't roll it yet.
Yeah, you did. You got 3.
Oh, I did. I got 3. See, why'd you make me unmute?
Oh Lord.
I got 3.
Okay.
This was the third misfire. It's
Right. I got 3 hits, but then I got a misfire. Yeah, that's right.
Eloise, you take probably an injury. As you would take 35 damage from this fall.
probably 33 with the toughness from your arm.
Hey. My armor has 3 toughness.
Oh,
32. You fall a good 50 feet and slam into a tree branch that you then topple off of and was going to send you into the river. But Dex, I assume, Dex, what did you roll?
I got 4 successes.
Dex shoots and hits a grapple gun. But what do you got? What's your injury? I assume you're taking, unless you want to spend grit and go to 0 hit points.
No, we're about to roll initiative. I would like to be able to do that and not lose my 6th sense. I rolled 5 successes on. No misfire there. Whatever. Okay. This is the injury table. This is my 2nd injury. I'm rolling 2 dice. This is a tier 4 injury. I may be just bleeding out.
I feel like this is gonna shear off that shoulder.
So For years, Tommy has had a reputation that he has an insatiable hunger.
Oh,
Today, that insatiable hunger may in fact be sated for a time, as I have lost a limb.
You
Oh,
remember how
no.
your collarbone and your shoulder were already fractured?
No, Tommy, don't get too excited. The limb that she bounces off of breaks and falls
Yeah,
into the water.
that's it.
I've lost it.
That's what it is.
Oh.
It's totally lost.
The
It's swept
tree,
away.
the tree limb is gone. It's really sad.
The tree suffered a class 4 injury.
I love that limb. I'm gonna miss that limb to the day I
It's
die.
equal and
poor
opposite
limb.
forces.
Yeah. So this bolt of lightning launches in, slams into this massive tree branch you're walking along, splinters it clean in half, and the branch front of it like leans forward. Gus and Yaz are shoved back with the force of this. Porter and Dex are shoved forward. There's a big, it's not a pure gap, but like there's a thin piece of wood, of tree branch, a relatively thin piece of tree branch connecting the front and the back of this branch. As it snaps and breaks and kind of rests against its own stem and the branch it connects to. And Dex and Porter on one end, on a much more less stable part of the tree branch, and Yaz and Gus are on the other, and no one sees Eloise for a second. And Eloise, you're falling straight down. You see the water rushing below you, and your instincts kick in, your eyes flash, and everything kind of hits you in slow motion as you tumble. And you realize there's not a lot that you can do in this moment. You try to like pull your arms in to protect yourself as you realize you're going to smack into this branch.
Can I try to Captain America?
You,
Because I have a shield?
well, it's not going to be the arm that uses your shield that you lose though. So you basically like you pump up the shield, right? And you start pulling it in, but you've fallen too far at this point. And as you try to get it in, you like more curl into a ball, and you manage to cover like most of yourself with the shield, but it's not like a perfect, like you didn't get the shield between you and the thing. And so you land like against the shield, smacking against it, and your like shoulder and collarbone and like like upper arm that were already pretty damaged, like you feel them break and shatter, and like a sharp pain as they do, and you roll off of this thing. And as you're about to fall even further through another thicket of branches and a rushing amount of water below you, your sixth sense kicks in and you realize something's coming. And so you use that momentum to turn around, and you see already Dex like reaching over this branch that is like wobbling as he is on it, and he's got his grapple gun out, and he makes eye contact with you as he pulls the trigger, and you raise up your shield, and the grapple pierces into the energy of your shield and spreads out and then holds onto your shield, and you just like full on like stop there and start being pulled up. Your like other arm, your like off arm, or I guess maybe your main arm, the arm that has your omni tool attached to it, right? Because your other arm is where the shield is.
Yeah.
Is like limp, and like you can't feel your fingertips. All you feel is a massive amount of pain at your shoulder. And you start getting pulled up. And that's where not only are we going to roll initiative, but we're also going to end tonight's session.
Jeez.
As right there, we'll say in front of Dex and Porter, the Splinter Cat reconstitutes itself in its full form. Its long, spiny, spiked tail whipping behind it, leaving crackling energy, basically like bursting the raindrops around it. And you all come to the realization that you are, in fact, all soaking wet. And this could be very bad. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. We're going to pick up with initiative in next session as they fight a Splinter Cat atop a tree branch in the Heartwood forest, as rainwater pours over them and a sea swims below them heading southward. 7 arms to go, says the pack walk. We'll see you next
Thanks.
episode.
Thanks, Pack Walk.
Thanks a lot.
Beautiful,
That's
beautiful,
too many
beautiful.
arms.
All right, we'll actually roll initiative, probably in between sessions, honestly. But we're gonna jump into the Q&A from the Discord, and then if you have any questions in the stream chat, drop them in right now, and we will answer them before we end stream. Any questions about the campaign, about the Splinter Cat, about the players, about the characters, about anything, drop it in the chat. We will answer your question.
I guess there are some questions about the players we will not answer.
There are some.
Look, so the problem is there's always an answer. The answer might be your band. There's always an answer, though. So
We will respond.
exactly. So we're gonna move into the questions we have in the Discord. We have quite a few from Arget Lom, it looks. Oh dear, oh me. Okay.
Before we do, shout out to Packwalk. Thank you for giving me a grit.
Oh yes, I have it here. My actual cursor was hovering over the thing, but it never came to like back to you, right?
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. So that was gonna be
I just wanted to
resolved.
say
That
thank
was
you.
if you hadn't said something, it was gonna be resolved afterwards. I was gonna be like, oh yeah, Packwalk also gave you a grit. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Thanks, Packwalk.
yeah, absolutely. All right, so Argelom's questions in the Discord. Since I've been playing a lot of Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity, let's build Princess Zelda and King Roham. Roam?
Rome?
Rome. Zelda is a gadgeteer genius, has all of the bombs, and a sweet motorcycle with a mounted laser. What version of Zelda is this?
The Hyrule Warriors one.
Warriors.
I think Hyrule Warriors is the what's the game where you play as like there's just like seas of enemies and you're like a guy.
It's like Devil May Cry, but
Dynasty
Zelda.
Warriors.
Dynasty Wars?
Hyrule Warriors is the Zelda Dynasty Warriors.
What? I played so much Dynasty Warriors as a kid.
There's
Oh,
a
no.
Zelda one.
I mean, Zelda's a privileged tinkerer.
Yeah. Wow, she has a
You
motorcycle.
can't be a princess and a gadgeteer and not be a privileged tinkerer. Sorry.
It's true. Yeah. So privileged tinkerer for sure. That gives her moxie and know-how. Actually, Eloise is just Zelda
Yeah,
from
Eloise
Age of-
is as close to a princess gadgeteer there can possibly be on Manifest, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just grabs vigilance as the last tree.
Yeah, you can definitely make a very sweet motorcycle that can either be a weapon or very good. Oh, it has a mounted laser. Perfect. Yeah, you put a weapon mount on there. You can technically put a laser on there. It's a light firearm, but it can be a light laser. And then gadgeteer to make bombs, probably mass production to make more bombs every time that she makes bombs. And then you just go fucking ham on and you probably get like quick fix so that you can make bombs in the middle of combat so that you never run out, like that kind of thing. I don't think she needs to be illuminated like Eloise. I think this is a character that can be made non-illuminated, which means the third talent tree, I don't know, maybe like hardiness,
Vigilance.
Oh, vigilance to be really good at the motorcycle. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Because then you can get Road Warrior, and then you can ram things without penalty.
Yeah.
And you run shit over with your motorcycle. You're like, I don't give a fuck. I'm a Road Warrior.
Exactly. Ramming plates is the
Ride or
best
die.
mod. Ramming plates is the best vehicle mod, and it can go on every vehicle.
It's true.
You can put ramming plates on a jetpack.
Yeah. All right. Rome is absolutely massive, wields gigantic two-handed weapons, maintains a dual persona as an old woodsman.
This is a privileged brawler who's taken all of the disguise shit in Moxie.
Yeah, feels like Moxie to be able to play off the woodsman thing. Honestly, feels like maybe Metal to be able to also be an effective woodsman.
Yeah. It depends on how good of a woodsman he actually is.
Yeah, because then you definitely take bronze so you can wield two-handed weapons with extreme ease. And have all the melee stuff in the world. But like the absolutely massive makes me think he's also probably pretty hardy. So like maybe he doesn't take metal and just has good survival, and then takes the hardiness tree so that he can
puts on
also
a flannel shirt and has a lumberjack axe.
This is it. He's metal if he's like a Land's End model. He is Moxie if no, the opposite. Moxie if he's a Land's End model. Metal if he's like that one guy from TikTok who does the thirst traps where he cuts wood.
But they have Moxie from Privileged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just got Moxie for
He's
sure.
just got Moxie.
Yeah, it's Moxie and Brawn, and then it's a matter of whether or not he has hardiness or
metal.
Metal. Which it depends on how good he is at the old woodsman thing. Fucking brilliant. Okay, so those are those two characters. Her motorcycle does attack when not using lasers, primarily ramming. Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah. Addendum to the above. This is fun. Let's build as a vehicle or a hostile creature, a guardian. Addie, you know what that is. A Breath of the Wild. The music picks up and you get freaked out and then lasers come your way.
Yeah.
A guardian, notable traits: 6-legged walker. Legs are both weapons and potential weak points. It has a devastating and deadly accurate rotating laser cannon. Yeah, and in Breath of the Wild in Zelda, these guardians are kind of like buried and destroyed amongst like all the land, but a couple of them are still operational enough that if you get close to them, you trigger it and they like stand up and start shooting lasers at you. And at first, they're the worst thing in the world. They become a lot easier later in the game, but at first they are like
you get the ancient arrows, and then they're not so bad.
Yeah, but at first they're like the most like you hear that music play and you're like goodbye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to stay here?
This place is not for my level right now. It's a really good like design element that they have where they're like the places where you shouldn't be at early level, they just put more guardians so it's harder to traverse.
Well, I will say there's no current like big robot enemy that's not the Colossus. That's the end of the sentence.
Yeah, the Colossus isn't even in the core rulebook. Yeah. There's it's not in the core rulebook, but there is in canon Proto-Martyr Colossus, which isn't automated like a Guardian is. It's not just a robot that like walks around and attacks you randomly. A Colossus needs to be piloted by somebody who has forsaken their own humanity and wired themselves in irrevocably.
They're like the prescient people in
Minority Report. Oh, okay.
Minority Report.
Y'all remember in the new Godzilla, the guy who has to wire himself into a Titan skull to be able to pilot Mecha Godzilla? It's not like that, but y'all remember how wild that was?
Yeah, so Colossus usually takes, I believe, 3 pilots that need
it's supposed to have 3.
That wire themselves in to the point where they are no longer human and are just processors for this massive machine that has a huge siege laser cannon on the back. It is how the Proto-Martyrs destroyed several settlements during the crisis. It's how they laid siege to San Cordero. Most of their victories are built on the back of these few dangerous siege colossi or colossuses that they had.
It depends on what language its origin is.
They're not in the core rulebook. They're not in the core rulebook. They are featured in the Essential NPCs podcast. Small spoiler alert. They go against
we won't tell you where.
They go against the Colossus that is only piloted by one person. Also, they made their first debut in the playtests of Manifest during the Battle of Waypoint, because Waypoint got fucking destroyed by Siege Colossus, which eventually was destroyed by the heroic efforts of Rusty Lockhart, who now alongside Sheriff Sweets has a monument in the courtyard behind the Free State Bed and Brew, which we did see in this campaign. Gus saw their names.
Gus did like pull-ups off of it or something.
Yeah, you did. You were like running laps around it, and you like stopped and took a breather by it. I don't think you were disrespectful enough to like do exercises on. Of course not. Because there are a lot of names on that monument, and Gus understands the importance of preserving a name.
Yeah.
The important takeaway from all of that is currently there are no big robot enemies. So if you were going to build it as a vehicle, it would be a modified Rooster Strider. I guess if you wanted to get weird with it, you could say like, this is my automaton horse. It's closer to the number of legs.
Yeah, Rooster Strider is the closest you can get with vehicle. You could mount a laser on there.
Technically, Rooster Strider does not require 3 or 2. You could have a 6-legged Rooster Strider.
It actually is it's a 2. It has 2 legs.
Well, but the thing is then you can make anything you want.
No, but it has. I guess you could say it has 6 legs, but when one gets destroyed, 3 of them get destroyed because mechanically the Rooster Strider only has 2 legs.
They have the same hinge, right? It's like 2 hinges.
Yeah, exactly.
3 legs. Yeah.
Each leg is split into 3 toes.
I think you can put. Rooster Strider probably has enough mod points to put 2 like passenger operated weapons on it, and those can both be lasers.
Yeah. Just lots of lasers, and they all fire at the same time.
Yeah, it's not really possible. I guess if you wanted it like some sort of drone, like the cargo drone can have a gun put on it, which can be a laser, but it's not going to come close to being the like real threat that this thing sounds like it is.
You can definitely take out a cargo drone really easily.
Yeah. Whereas a Rooster Strider manned by like someone with a vigilance tree and with 2 gunners shooting lasers off of it is something dangerous.
Next up, from Argent Lom in the Discord, who created Fetzen and Fetzen, both within the lore of the universe and outside of it? Well, I have an easy, quick answer for the outside of it part, and that is our very own Seth Lilly came up with Fetzen and Fetzen as part of Kinsey's backstory in season 1. He wanted to be a militant trapper. And so I think we briefly like conversed about like what that would mean. And I was like, yeah, or maybe you just came up with it yourself. I honestly don't remember. But at some point very early in the conversation, it was decided that like you were part of a like trapper company that was very militant in the way that it composed itself. Like it like, had like a boot camp and like barrackses around. It was like a militia, but specifically for trapping like animals and getting their parts to sell them. And then you definitely came up with the name Fetzen and Fetzen, and you definitely came up with the idea of them being this kind of like really shitty, because like you didn't want to just be like an outlaw or something like that, but you wanted to have like outlaw feels to you, and you're like, yeah, so I'm part of a company that's like really skeezy and bad, and like
honestly, I think Fetzen and Fetzen is probably the way it is because like the tax breakdown is better for a trapping company than a mercenary company.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's got a lot easier time with licensing.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got a very good accountant who is like, actually, if we file as a trapping company.
and so then Fetzen and Fetzen has grown from Seth's original like notion of them being this kind of trapping company that kind of like operated as like almost mercenaries that he hated enough that he then went and joined some like freedom fighters who were trying to like fight for animal rights and liberate like captive animals, and that's why he was imprisoned, because
People always forget Kinsey was a full eco-terrorist.
Yeah, he was. He grew up in like the Fetzen and Fetzen Like he cut his teeth on Fetzen, and Fetzen was like, "This is terrible. They're killing animals indiscriminately," and then joined an eco-terrorist group that rustled animals around, jackalopes, I think specifically.
It was jackalopes for the racing.
Yeah.
He was against like putting these jackalopes in racing where they'd have these terrible lives, and so he just like set them free with this group.
Yeah. And
that's what put him in jail.
That's why he was imprisoned at the beginning of that campaign. That was Kinsey's backstory. It all started with Fetzen and Fetzen. Fetzen has since grown in the lore. They are now planet-wide, extremely extensive. If you want a villain who is doing eco bad stuff, it's probably Fetzen and Fetzen.
Definitely.
They have they have their fingers in every single pie they can get their way in, as long as it can qualify under the tax bracket of like environmental or animal maintenance.
that is a natural progression for them for sure.
Yeah,
that was born out of like just because I knew I wanted to do like not like a mountain man, but like a kind of like outdoorsman explorer type guy. And so I did a lot of like Wikipedia research on trapping companies, and one of the things that popped up was like their hierarchy kind of operated in like a military way. The guy who's leading the expedition was the boozeway, and then there were like people underneath him, and so that's where all of that came from.
I love it.
That's so cool.
It was really interesting.
So cool.
And what was I going to say?
In-world,
yeah. In-world, I think I toss this over to Addie, though I think it's potential that there's no concrete confirmed this is canon answer for who in-world started Fetzen and Fetzen.
So there's no you're correct that there's no official writings on Fetzen and Fetzen that are releasable currently. But Fetzen and Fetzen was, in my head so far unofficially, was started by a guy named like with the last name Fetzen. But my like headcanon for it, it's so dumb. I've never shared this with anybody. My headcanon for it is that it was just one guy called Fetzen, and and he was like, yeah, it's the Fetzen Trapping Company, and everyone was like, ugh, that's nothing. Why wouldn't I just go do it myself? And he was like, oh no, it's Fetzen and Fetzen, and so he like ran this like scheme that like he and like this company that that was already two people that like and so they got hired that way, and so then it just became Fetzen and Fetzen, but there's only ever been one Fetzen.
I'm Fernando and I'm afraid of nothing.
I can't stress enough, this has not gone through the Waypoint story department. This isn't canon. I think in world their history is started by the Fetzen twins, and it's one guy who would just say, oh, my twin Arnold is out on a trapping expedition. I can help you out.
And he looks exactly like Tom Hardy.
If we're doing this as sort of a Rashomon thing, I think the two Fetzens went out on a trapping expedition, one Fire Nights that they knew they shouldn't, and one of them died and came to the other in a dream of like, you need to be nicer to your company. And there was a whole Fire Nights dream sequence. He was visited by three specters. It was a whole thing. And then he woke up. He's like, his lesson. No, he woke up. He's like, I do need to be nicer. And then he got ate by like gigantic, like a splitter cat just like splintered him, and so he never got to enact the change.
What I love about this is that now I've got Fetzen and Fetzen, just like those two cranky Muppets, and they sing, we're Fetzen and Fetzen.
That's been through the house for months.
Literally Addie has been doing that for almost 6 months now.
Years. Because before I shared it with anyone, I did think it myself.
Yeah, she's just been like, every time Fetzen and Fetzen comes up, Addie at some point in close proximity to them coming up just says to herself, We're fetzing and fetzing. Woo! Fetzing and fetzing. Whoa!
I made everybody watch the scene of Marley and Marley so they would be in on the joke with me. That's how serious I am about Fetzin and Fetzin.
If you haven't
being
watched
the Marley Brothers,
the Muppets Christmas Carol, you should. It's fantastic. All right, next question. We've gone so far off course. Let's build a. This is also from Argitlam. In the Discord, let's build a proper RV. We're talking beds, kitchen, bathroom, the works.
That's just a van, baby.
It's a van.
It's a van. You probably give it safety features.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Probably get it extra loading. Oh wait, does the van just come with extra loading capacity? I don't think.
I think van does have extra. Maybe truck does.
Yeah, I know truck comes with it. I don't think van technically does, but you have enough mod points to slap it in there.
The main thing is that there is no mod that is you can live in this. You get to just say you can live in this, and then it's true.
yeah, there's no current living accommodation mod or whatever.
Yeah, someone write down a living accommodation mod that gives you like +1 HP when you rest in there. It's really nice in the van is the thing.
Also, I just realized I want to play a nomad peddler who has a food truck.
Oh, I love that.
High speed delivery.
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, a van. You have plenty of room in a van's.
Basically,
mod
you're just
points
looking for a thing with the most seats at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. So the van can seat 8 people. It does come with extra load bearing automatically, so you have all those mod points to put all you want in there. And then probably some talents too. You probably want the talent that makes it smooth ride so that anyone inside it is not like suffering ill effects from being.
You want the thing Porter has for like resting nearby you.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty easy to pull off with an RV. Honestly, that one's a straight shooter because in Manifest we intentionally make it so that like things like that, those kind of fun narrative elements that don't really have a lot of mechanical basis to it, like are really easy to like attach to the mechanical aspects of the game and be like, yeah, my van is an RV, as opposed to like Cyrus Finch's van, which was a van that he did also kind of sleep in, but not really. He operated out of it. He had clothes in there.
Surely he has a house.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
And then
that is not true. I
now.
bought him one, and he lives here now.
And then last up from Argitlam in the Discord, related to the discussion that happened in the Discord about a mobile fortress of 18-wheelers. Or I guess an 18-wheeler mobile fortress, multiple semis all attached to each other in a sort of land train. Let's build the A10 Thunderbolt 2's GAU-8 Avenger cannon. It sounds like a big gun.
It is, I
notable-
believe, a gun on a like fighter jet.
Yeah, notable traits: over 1,000 round capacity, firing rate of 42,000 rounds per minute. That's more rounds than it has.
4,200.
Oh,
4,200, an important distinction, but also yes, it is more rounds than it has.
it's more rounds than it has. It unloads its entire capacity in a quarter of a second.
If you are shooting the entirety of a fighter jet's gun. Like, if you're just shooting it for a whole minute, it's not working. You've done something wrong.
Done it bad.
Yeah, this is just a heavy firearm with full auto and as many ammo capacity mods as you can cram on it.
It's like 10 heavy firearms with full auto taped
I mean,
together.
yeah, like
And
a
one
heavy
big
firearm
object.
doesn't, like, you put explosive rounds in it and it starts to get close. There are not Manifest in its current state does not have like super great analogs to real world like military vehicle weapons, because Manifest by and large does not like hyper militarized Fort Dearborn doesn't have like a ton of fighter jets, right? Like it's got a lot of soldiers and it's got, like trucks with guns on them, but it doesn't have like tanks and,
Yeah.
like, giant
Out of
death
all
planes.
of the factory towns, Fort Dearborn is the one with the most like machines of war. They have some aerial like combatant stuff and some tanks, whereas like fucking San Cordero just straight up doesn't.
So like that is actually one of the reasons that the proto-martyrs were such a huge threat, is because Manifest by and large fights its, like, the factory wars were fought by people on the ground with guns and then like some vehicles moving them around and like maybe a tank, and but like trucks with guns mounted on them. And the proto-martyrs had fast planes with bombs in them, and they would fly over bases that didn't have good anti-air artillery and drop bombs on them. And like Manifest's factory town militaries just like didn't have the capability to deal with that. So the proto-martyrs, despite being a much smaller numerical force, had such a huge technological advantage in terms of just like armored vehicles of war, that they were winning fights against the Fort Dearborn militia near the end of the crisis.
Yeah, I would say you put a heavy firearm. You can mount that on a plane in Manifest pretty easily. So a heavy firearm with rotating barrels. You put explosive rounds in there because
Full
then you
auto.
and then full auto. That means its accuracy is 4 at that point. You also put the enhanced sights on there. So now its accuracy is 5, I believe. Rotating barrels is 1, and I think
Well, the gun I think only goes up to 2 without mods at excellent quality.
Yeah, but full
I could be
auto.
wrong.
Oh no, full auto doesn't give it gives you reliability, not an accuracy. So its accuracy is 4. And it has lots of reliability. And then it does.
You need an ammo capacity mod.
2 additional. Yeah, you need ammo. You need a fucking belt fed and an auto loader on that boy. And then, but that means it has, before any like grid expenditures, if you get the maximum number of successes that you need to deal max damage, you're doing 36 damage, with 3, God, is it 2 for, explosive rounds? Yeah. 3 piercing. So 6 piercing, 36 damage, 6 of which is piercing with explosive rounds. It's basically what I did with the Dogs of War, but you put it on a plane. That's the closest you can get.
You can get pretty close. It's not exactly. It doesn't totally match what like current Earth military vehicles put out, because Manifest just isn't really there at this point.
Yeah, it will kill people really easily. As far as like ripping apart like land vehicles and other vehicles, mixed results probably.
I mean, it will do a lot of damage to a vehicle, but it's not the sort of like a fighter jet shot me, my car is donezo.
Yeah. All right. That's all we have in the Discord.
There's one in the chat.
Oh, what do we got?
Packwalk asks, Pokemon trainers of Manifest, who's your Manifest Pokemon of choice?
Ooh.
I think for the purposes of this question, you have to exclude the legendaries of Manifest. You can't just pick Gaurau or Wampus.
It's large. It's mostly has to be like a regular sized thing, right?
Sure.
Like size medium creature. Which is a great
I think depending on who you are, I think that like a Squonk is maybe the equivalent of Psyduck.
or whatever the fish one is.
I will be taking a Skunk Ape. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
God, if I like a lava bear. Lava Bear is as close as I'm gonna get to Ponyta.
Ooh, Lava
Lava
Bear is
Bear's
pretty
good.
good, pretty good.
But a
You guys
Sharoof
are
would be
pick.
sick.
Yeah, you okay? Good. So the thing is, both Lava Bear and Skunk Ape are not in the core rulebook, guys.
Yeah, okay, but Skunk Ape's been on stream.
Skunk
And
Ape
Lava
was
Bear-
on stream.
Lava Bear were in public session, like play sessions.
Yeah, Lava Bears also were in the Waypoint play sessions in at Gen
They're
Con.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah. But neither of them are in the core rulebook. So what about core rulebook stuff?
Core rulebook only.
Is Sharoof in core rulebook?
Yeah.
Yep.
Love.
That's like your
Sharoof.
your fucking Charizard right there.
Yeah.
Sharoof
Maybe.
feels so. To answer the Packbox follow-up question, there's not really like legendaries on Manifest in the sense of there are in Pokemon, but like a Wampus is a nightmare creature that lives in nightmares and hunts you down in your dreams, and so like there's more than one. But like it's weird if you're the guy who throws this Pokeball out and a Wampus comes out.
Yeah, the whole stadium hates
The whole
you.
the match is immediately canceled and you are arrested.
In that same effect, I think a hide behind is similarly like
Ooh, I will. Okay, core rulebook. I will be taking a hide behind.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
What? I'm putting all my HMs onto a Jackalope and I'm writing it.
I don't know. I like the Splinter Cat. You know what I really
That's
like?
great.
Did Black Dog make it in?
Black Dog is in the
Yeah.
core rulebook. Yeah.
Yeah, Black Dog. Heck yeah.
They're fun.
Let's see. Sort of looks like
Very
a Poliwrath.
underappreciated for all of the other stuff that like is in.
We just haven't gotten a lot of it, you know.
The thing is, like, there's Axe Handle Hounds and there's Black Dog, and that's and then there's the Tea Kettler, which is a tiny, cute little dog in my head, not
little
in
Tea
my
Kettler.
heart, but it is in fact like a frog thing. But anyway, according to Tony, but yeah, those are like the three dogs of Manifest, and I would totally
Ooh.
have that.
If you can, I forget. Is Boohag in the core book? Boohag's in the core book, right?
Boohag is not in the core book.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the Boohag. You're taking a lot of losses early, but as soon as you get that first win, now you're really cooking.
Your opponent's weak. Get him, Boohag.
Snollygoster is a Gyarados.
A bit,
Also,
yeah. Not
An
necessarily
Agrapelter
as
would be
strong.
fun.
I mean, Gyarados can learn fly, so like I think we're in the realm of possibility that like a Snollygoster with telekinesis is spiritually a Gyarados.
I'm trying to bring up the
You know what? A baby squonk is a Togepi.
Yeah,
a baby squonk is a Togepi.
Yeah.
I love that.
I feel like a baby squonk is just a little puddle.
Yeah, well, a Togepi is just an egg, right? It's the same. That you both are in little round glass jars, right?
If you find a small puddle with no explanation, you have a squonk problem.
Trying to see if I can pull up. Aha! Got it. Okay. Yeah. So Addie said the black dog. Let's see if this loads up fast enough that I can show the chat. Focus. I believe in you.
It's like the one, you know, the one. Everyone knows the one I'm trying to say. There's the dog one that turns into the big cool dog.
Houndoom.
That's a Houndoom. Honestly, extremely likely based on the same lore.
That's pretty dope.
Ooh, okay. Wait, is this a Pokemon I can throw out to some degree? I can like make it go? Because if so, oh god, what are they? They spin so fast.
Are you trying to say the Whirling Wimpus?
Yeah.
That's not core book. Okay, you guys are out.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Dan and Roman aren't allowed to say any more animals. They're just talking about animals that are not in the core rulebook.
Tommy, the problem is that the list of the animals for such a long time was just one list with no delineation.
It's all the ones that we have art of.
There's the Sharoof right there.
Get
Yeah.
that.
Ooh, that's
Tell
right
me
as hell.
that's not a Roman Mylan Pokemon.
Yes, extremely.
Or like a Wiwin would be really kind of neat.
Oh yeah.
I feel like a aggro pelter is just sort of one of your like solid workhorse guys.
Yeah.
Please tell me that's in the core book, Tommy.
Yeah,
The
you're
agropelter
like
is, yeah.
agropelter's kind of like, even though it's like sort of an AP kind of thing, is like your onyx, right?
Yeah.
Or like your or the mudsdale, like just like an earth
Like the Geodude Golem or
Yeah.
Graboid Golem.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because what's it? Onyx. That would be an Ocarina, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Onyx in
Onyx
the
would-
anime is an Ocarina for sure.
also a copper bird, just a nice steel flying type.
Steel Flying is solid.
Yeah.
There's the ocarina. If I can get the camera to focus, you get the shape of it for sure.
Depending how high you can throw your Pokeball, you can get some stuff done with a Slide Rock Bolter. Yeah, there he is. There's the boy.
Yeah. And then
Fun fact,
then
both
we'll
me
end
and
we'll end
Addy
on the
have been
aggro.
stabbed by one.
We'll end by the aggro pelter,
Yeah.
who will focus in here in a second.
Also, Gumbaroo is Voltorb. Because it'll just stand there for a little bit.
I
and then
want a
just grab-
Gumbaroo. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Oh
They're
my
so
gosh,
fragile.
I
They're
love
so
them.
fragile.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You just can't put them against a fire type animal. That's all.
Yeah,
Agropelter
it's
knows strength for
extremely
sure.
effective.
Agropelter knows strength and Rock Smash for sure.
Yeah.
I love it. I always went for the cute one, so I'd go for like a fucking jackalope or like a roperite or something.
Mhm.
Ooh, a rope ride's good.
Roperite's
Yeah.
good in a doubles battle.
Roperite's good, but I feel like Roperite is normal type, and that's rough.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Is I always went with the normal types because they were cuter and I liked them better. I'd be like, yeah, let's go.
Listen,
You're cute.
if you-
Eevee,
the thing
Eevee,
is,
don't
Tommy-
evolve, Eevee, because I want you to stay
Tommy
cute.
wants to be in the anime where loving your Pokemon enough is what can overcome a severe type disadvantage and underleveling problem.
Yes.
What Tommy's saying is he is the unavoidable trainer who you try to get by and you can't, who walks up to you and makes you fight all 6 of his level 12 Woolly Trout.
You tell me you don't want a Hodag in your fucking.
Oh, I mean, obviously you want that.
Okay, Hodag is the fish that flops around.
Magikarp?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it
Yeah.
doesn't do anything. It's like, yeah. The only ability it knows is unflappable, which means it just does nothing.
But I think a Hodag is a Hodag or an Ache is Whitney's Miltank. Just like cannot be put down and will absolutely destroy
The start
you.
season rollout, and all of a sudden I've lost 5 guys.
Whitney's Miltank, iconic.
Beautiful. All right. I don't see any other questions in the chat. We're out of questions in the Discord. So we are gonna wrap it up here. I see Packwalk saying I want this Pokedex. Gus would have to have a Hodag. Absolutely. Gus has Hodag punchers, those little like fist weapons. They're for punching Hodags because Hodags have a high enough toughness that like a little punch won't do them much damage.
Yeah, got a poke.
They sure do.
All right. We are done for tonight. We're going to be back on next week on Tuesday, the 18th. We're going to see you all then. Until then, see you guys in the Discord. We'll be there chatting with all of y'all. My camera's having so much trouble focusing, and I don't blame it. I gave it a lot of.
You've done this to you.
I gave it a hard task here. All right. Yeah, we'll see you guys around 8 p.m. Central Time, Tuesday the 18th, and we'll watch these 4 drifters fight a Splinter Cat.
Hell yeah.
The most dangerous thing is falling.
Maybe I'll keep my arm.
Yeah,
The greatest thing Tommy did was let it like stay inside the armor.
It's still there. It didn't fall right off. So there's no retrieving it necessary. All right.
Hooray.
We're done. We'll see you guys next week. Bye. 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 Bye.